Ready? All right. Good morning. We are going to go ahead and call today's Housing, Urban Development, and Zoning Committee meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Keys. Vice Chair Saunier. Alderman Browning. Alderman Aldridge.
Present.
Chair Clark Hubbard.
Here.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. We have six people present. We have a quorum.
All right. Thank you. With that, I'll accept a motion to approve the minutes from Tuesday, November 4th, 2025.
So moved.
It was moved by Vice Chair Saunier and seconded by Alderman Browning. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Keys. Vice Chair Saunier.
Aye.
Alderman Browning.
Aye.
Alderman Aldridge.
Aye.
Chair Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Keys.
Aye.
We have 6 aye votes.
All right, with that, we've successfully approved the minutes from Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. I do apologize for the delayed start. We were dealing with some technical difficulties. We're going to try to catch up with time now with this modified agenda here. Today, we are going to begin and recognize the Energy Burden Group on discussion item number 1. Before we get started, I'm going to have you all raise your hands, right hands, and swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Yes. Thank you. And before you all speak, just be sure to speak your individual name and title with the organization. Thank you.
Pardon me, give me one moment. And it's okay if I move this? I'm very short. Okay, one moment, please. Apologies. All right, y'all seeing that okay? That looks good. Hi, I'm Jen DeRose. I am with the Sierra Club's Beyond Coal campaign, and I'm here with my colleagues Tori and Sharon. They'll introduce themselves individually, but we're here to present today about energy burden. So the Sierra Club is kind of a confusing large structure, but I just quick overview. We're the oldest, most effective, in my opinion, environmental organization in the country. I work for the Beyond Coal campaign, which is a national campaign. We also have a Missouri chapter that's very active and excellent. We work closely with them. But the Beyond Coal campaign has closed over 70% of the nation's power plants in the country since we were launched just a little under 20 years ago. And I'm really proud to be a part of it, and I'm proud to share the platform here with these two lovely ladies.
Good afternoon. My name is Tori Cheatham, and I work for Renew Missouri, and I'm the St. Louis Regional Director. So Renew Missouri, we are a clean energy advocacy group. We were founded in 2006 with the mission of making Missouri more available to and energy in the state.
Excuse me, could you speak into the mic, please?
Oh, sure. Okay. So as I said, Renew Missouri is a clean advocacy group. Thank you. I'm like hunched over. We work before the Public Service Commission and with utility companies to advocate for clean energy. As part of this presentation, I'd like to recognize Powered City. They are the data aggregator who we worked with to produce the results that you all will see today.
Good afternoon, or morning, one of the two. Oh, that's better. Sorry. My name is Sharon Jones. I am with Consumers Council of Missouri. I am the Assistant Director of Advocacy at that organization. And a little bit about us, our organization builds on the foundation that was laid when we were founded in 1971. And basically, we educate and advocate for consumers to ensure that they have the most equitable prices across utilities, across healthcare, and with a new project we're doing, which is with medical debt.
I didn't know that. That's great.
So just to introduce this project, Renew Missouri was funded in 2022 to work with Consumers Council to research energy burden in the St. Louis area. We were funded by Missouri Foundation for Health. In that project, we developed several interactive web-based tools that look at energy burden across census tracts in the region. This is actually a statewide tool, but we're going to be obviously area for you all. This project also involved some grassroots advocacy, meeting with community members to talk about their experiences with energy burden and how that impacts their lives. And that was mostly Consumers Council who did that work. Well, actually, I'm going to pass it up. I think that's it for the scope work.
Cool. Thank you, Tori. So for the sake of time, I'm not going to go through this briefly, but I will try to make it as parsimonious as possible. So what is energy burden? It is defined as the percentage of household income spent on energy costs. But that is, so for the formula we use is right there on the board. So we take income divided by how much a household is spending on utility costs, and that percentage that you get is energy burden. But there are certain factors that affect energy burden, especially here in St. Louis. One would be the age of homes. I live on the south side, and I know the building I live in was built in 1901. I'm gonna do the math, but you can't, it's over 100 years old. Home ownership versus renting. So there's something called split incentive where renters don't or may not be able to make the necessary weatherization or energy efficiency upkeep. And the landlords also are not invested in that upkeep because they're not paying utility bills. Another issue is home ownership versus renting. As we are well aware, this is a city of renters. Most folks, a lot of folks in the city rather, are renting and are dealing with that split incentive issue. And even those who aren't renting are living with older housing. And a couple of other things that affect energy burden are, of course, income, education, and racism.
Thank you, Sharon. Well done. So the deal, why we're here right now is because energy burden can have cascading consequences for families when our most vulnerable residents are suffering in this way. Utility disconnections or cutoffs are so disruptive. We need energy for everything from, heating and cooling to refrigeration to connectivity. And as the family scrambles to get the assistance needed to pay their bills, other bills and obligations are postponed, right? So we've heard stories. The Missouri chapter has had a door knocking program for the last 2 years where we've been knocking on energy burden households, mostly on the south side. And we've learned that people have been turning off which don't do that. That's not actually efficient. We've learned that people aren't using their lighting. They're using battery operated lights instead of turning on their lights. We've learned that they are not taking their medication. And most alarmingly, we've learned that they are not cooling their house during the most insane heat waves we've had in years and years. So the other thing to consider is that disconnections are terrible because they can lead to evictions. And St. Louis landlords filed 10.8 more evictions, I believe in 2013 than they did in previous years. Evictions are on the rise. So as cost of living increases, energy burden increases, disconnections increase, evictions increase. So this is an issue that impacts all of us. And one common dangerous strategy that is often employed, as I've mentioned before, is not using your air conditioning during a heat wave. I'm telling you right now that turning your fan on instead of using your air conditioning is not a safe strategy. I've heard it compared to a convection oven. It cooks you. And that's why the elderly in particular are at risk during heat waves. So this is a crisis, right? And, I'm here with the Sierra Club. We're a climate organization largely, and climate change is happening. It's real, it's here, it's happening. And we're gonna see more and more hot days, as we continue on. And we're also gonna see those hot days get worse and worse and longer. We're seeing the heat waves extended in length. So this is gonna be something that is unfortunately going to be deadly a crisis unless we act. Also, energy burden disproportionately impacts Black and brown populations in the region, and we're going to talk more about that in just a little bit.
Okay, so we're going to talk about how we got this data. So we built this tool that provides energy data by census tract and relates it to other factors like income, energy costs, race, and health factors like asthma, hospitalizations, and illnesses from like COPD. So this data is actually unique because we used real Ameren and Spire data. There are other modeling tools out there that do not, they're modeling, they use survey data to estimate what energy costs are. But this is actually real data from 2022. It only includes gas and electric. So when you're thinking about this, it does not include sewer or water utilities, which is something that we see as a gap in our understanding. Let's see. Actually, I'm just gonna go back. So you can go. I'm not going to go through and demo the site, but I really encourage everyone to check it out. It really hones in on what is happening at the census tract level, especially with energy usage and burden and education and other important variables that I discussed earlier. Okay, so alongside the dashboard, we developed something called the Energy Resource Navigator. And essentially, it's a online platform that displays all the bill assistance and energy efficiency programs. Talk about is the actual results from the report that we developed of St. Louis City census tracts. And we split it up into 3 different types of energy burden. So 1 to 3% is considered low, 3 to 5.9% is considered medium energy burden, and 6% or higher is considered a high energy burden census tract. Now keep in mind, these census tracts are averages, and so in a high energy burden census tract, you're gonna see people with way more than 6%. You're gonna see people who have 30% of their income spent on their utility bills. The biggest takeaway from this slide is the stark disparity and difference between St. Louis City and St. Louis County. There are 2% of all the census tracts we looked at in the city are high energy burden, as opposed to only 2% in the county. And then overall, there are around 31,800 households that are located in high energy burden census areas. Can you say it again? They're over. The difference, yeah, and so if you look at the number of households in high energy burden areas in the city, it's around 19,000, as opposed to 12,000 households in the county. So there's a very large difference comparing the city and the county census tracts. And then these are kind of overall findings. So we looked at education, race, and health factors and how they relate to energy burden census areas. In our analysis, we found that predominantly Black neighborhoods have more than double the energy burden than white neighborhoods. And then around 2/3 of all energy burdened households in the region are actually located in the city. And that just goes back to that point that I made in that last slide. And then census tracts with a higher percentage of Black residents actually have much higher energy burdens and higher rates of respiratory illness. We also found that when there was a higher rate of respiratory accounts, there was also more likely to be in a higher energy burden census tract. Okay.
Yeah, and I just wanted to also say that while we're talking about energy burden, there's also pollution burden. So that's one of the reasons why we see that in these Black and brown neighborhoods that the asthma rates are so much higher than in non-energy burden neighborhoods. So that's something to really consider. And historical context is, of course, extremely important. On the left, we see a ward map, and the center is a screenshot of the close-up of St. Louis on the Energy Burden Navigator tool. And on the right, we see an old redlining map from a 1940s book, Mapping Inequality, which is wonderful. by the way, that red areas were deemed undesirable and faced decades of both intentional and unintentional neglect and disinvestment. Like nearly every map we see of St. Louis, there's a lot of overlap between historic redlining, current inequities, and, like, for example, energy burden. So here we see the pretty vast disparities in energy burden between the lower numbered wards and the higher numbered. Note that the highest energy burden is located in Ward 13. Alders, I do encourage you to locate your ward and notice how it compares to other wards.
So we've identified the problem and put together a list of policy recommendations. Some of these are for the utilities, as they are the ones providing the energy. So we would like to see them develop a more targeted outreach campaign for these high energy burden identified areas. And this would also include building trust within the community. And I see an area for this, support this as well. Also expanding funding to broaden eligibility for the existing assistance programs. This would include like Keeping Current or LIHEAP, which is a federal funded program, and then accelerate more clean energy, including having a low-income community solar. One of the policymaker recommendations is to encourage and look at a rent, how much energy burden or what the estimated cost would be on a rental unit. And this gives more autonomy, choice back to the renter. We put in there to change state law to allow a low-income tariff or rate. This was actually not allowed, but last year they just passed SB 4, which was mostly bad, but they did have this one provision which allows a low-income rate. And actually at the moment there is a docket open at the Public Service Commission that looks at how this could happen and what the utilities should do. So
And just because this docket is open and just because it is allowed does not mean it will happen. It is really essential that entities like the City of St. Louis get involved to advocate for this, because otherwise we are going to see waves of disconnections and evictions even higher than we are experiencing today.
And last two is encourage utilities to publish disconnection data at the zip code or census tract level. Right now, they are prohibited from doing it. And then also pass a law that actually allows true community solar. If you all don't quite understand what that means, you can ask me afterwards because it's kind of complicated, but true community solar is not allowed in Missouri.
Thank you, Tori. So I'll talk a little bit about LIHEAP, the program that Tori just mentioned that is technically a federal program, but that gets administered through the states. That doesn't mean that we in the city of St. Louis doesn't have anything to do with it, though. So LIHEAP literally turned 40 4 years ago. Congress created LIHEAP in 1981, and while the federal government provided energy assistance before then, 1981 became a turning point, and I don't know if some of us are alive enough, some of us were alive at that time, and know about some of the heat waves and the cold snaps that were occurring in the late 70s and early 80s. But what LIHEAP does is it provides energy assistance for low-income folks, and hopefully it provides stability and support. It provides stability for extreme weather, and hopefully it provides financial assistance for times of hardship. I know I personally will apply for LIHEAP, and I was funded some money based on my income. So without it, our St. Louisans and folks throughout the state would be suffering through hypothermia, frostbite, unsafe housing, heat stroke, dehydration, and unfortunately preventable deaths from these things. And these things especially affect some of our most vulnerable populations, like elders and children. Okay, so currently, LIHEAP has been funded through January of 2026. We all know that the federal government has just opened back up, and one of the things that is at stake is LIHEAP, but not necessarily just because of the shutdown, but because the administration has cut funding and has not extended funding throughout the next fiscal year. And so one of the things that we're urging folks to do is to contact folks about this, about LIHEAP. That's you.
All right, so to summarize some of the things that we've talked about, the reason why we're here today is because this is all indeed very bad, but there are things that we can do to make life better for our most vulnerable population. For local governments, it's really important to pressure our utilities, who have a lot of power, pun intended, to make things easier for our low-income residents. They are for-profit organizations that are, they're shareholder organizations, essentially. So it's really important to remember that. They're monopolies, they're regulated by the Public Service Commission, and it's our duty to influence them to do a better job when it comes to making life easier for people who are struggling. They should be working with lobbyists. They have so many lobbyists. Ameren specifically has like 70 lobbyists at the state capitol at any given moment. They should be lobbying to make community solar affordable or a possibility. They should be lobbying. They should be working on this low income rate. They should be lobbying to make permitting more accessible for things like solar. There's some other things as well. The most thing that I want you to do, those of you in this room, is if your constituents are impacted by energy burden, please have them get in contact with us, because there are going to be hearings about this low-income rate-making docket, and we want real human beings to be in the room to talk to the Public Service Commission about why it's so important that we make a low-income rate that is meaningful and deployed immediately. Other things that we can do is consider the fact that we are regulatory captured in this state. So just really briefly, if you're not familiar with the Public Service Commission, these are positions that are appointed by the governor, and they're really the only people that are supposed to be monitoring the utilities to make sure that they're fair, safe, equitable service for all residents. Unfortunately, these folks often come from an elected official background, and they've often taken quite a bit of money from utilities, and they are, in my opinion, captured by said utilities. One of the ways that this is shown out in real life is that the chair of the Public Service Commission, Commissioner Hahn, prevented essentially disconnection data from being published. There was a bill that was about to become law. It made it to then Governor Parsons' desk, and she sent an email to him asking him to veto it. Now, if disconnection data by zip code was published, we would know what we know from this data that we have, which is that Black and brown populations are being targeted. In my opinion, that is why it was prevented from happening. So again, it's just really important for entities like the City of St. Louis to be involved at the state level when it comes to utility bills for your constituents. Also in the Integrated Resource Plan project, which is kind of weedy, but that's how organizations like Ameren make their long-term plans. If the city is not involved in that process, then we are getting left behind and stomped, essentially. So it's really important that you advocate for your constituents at the state level. What else? What am I missing? All right, we'd love, if you have any questions, we'd love to take them. Our emails are up here, feel free to reach out to us. I encourage you to read the Energy Burden Report. In my opinion, it is excellent. And it has relevant information for all wards in the city of.
So thank you all. Thank you for the request to use this platform to share this information and remind us of our responsibility and our commitment to our constituents. The domino effect that was displayed here continues to be sobering, especially as we move into seasonal changes and now as we're going through tornado recovery. I know that some of the reactive responses that we have for our constituents is to connect them to the resources that you talked about, so like Heat Up St. Louis, I would be remiss if I didn't mention my big brother, Gentry Trotter, and that he needs more money because of the need that was reflected here in this report. And then, Sharon, you and I see each other in community all the time. Thank you all for always meeting people where they are with this information. And Ms. Hutchison, I'll be remiss if I didn't mention Ms. Hutchison, who's always in meetings as well with the Missouri Consumer Council. In the work.
She's a legend.
Huh?
Jackie Hutchinson is a legend.
Yes, the work that she does, absolutely. So again, just thank. I look forward to reading this full report. If you could, before I open it up to questions, just go back over how a constituent that's watching this can get connected to the energy resource navigator that you put up.
Yeah, if you go to mosaves.com, it'll come right up.
Okay, all right, thank you. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Keys. Okay. Alderman Brownie.
Thank you. This is really well done report. I appreciate the effort that's gone into this. This is a beautiful package you've given us, and I'm looking forward to going through it a little deeper. I also want to shout out that one thing we can do to really ease the energy burden on people is to invest in our tree canopy. That we noticed that these rates of asthma, which are higher, or pollution, or just the cost of cooling your home in the summer is all reduced when we have a good street tree cover. And especially since the tornado, this is something that we really need to pay attention to and get our forestry department in a place where it can be restoring that tree canopy, especially in, unfortunately, the same neighborhoods that always show up on these maps.
Yes.
The other thing I'll shout out is that of the discussion around data centers, specifically hyperscale data centers. I think a lot of people mistake the reason that people are upset about them, thinking it's a Luddite or a type of opposition to technology, which it can be, but it is also about the shifting energy burden that comes when specifically hyperscale data centers are built, and you see the additional demands on electricity use that require the production of new electricity, which our wonderful state has just said they can go ahead and offload onto their customers. So that we're not in a good place here in Missouri. And I think that whatever the local government can do to ease that burden, we need to try to look into and see what we can do. So I appreciate the policy recommendations. I appreciate the detail here. This is something that's actionable, which I think is key when you're coming in front of a committee like this. So just want to give my accolades to you and say good job.
Thank you, Alderman. And you're spot on with all of that. And I will say also that this is why utilities need to be doubling down on renewable energy as soon as possible and as fast as possible. Right now, all they're doing, but the majority of what they're doing is new gas. And that, of course, contributes to catastrophic climate change, but it exacerbates energy burden ultimately.
And I just wanted to add on the data center part. Evergy just finalized its large load tariff at the Public Service Commission, which is going to outline how that is going to work. And if you have questions, you can just ask me personally about the utility side of data centers at the Public Service Commission. Ameren is actually going to be filing next week.
Thank you so much. Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you guys for this report. As my colleague said, it's very educational, and we got some homework to do to go back and read it. And I love how right now on the screen we see the historic kind of breakdown of where the burden exists. And I think, pre-tornado and post-tornado, we need to continue to understand that if it's energy burden or if it's development or, the list, food insecurity goes on and on and on, where as you look at this list, you see the communities that need the most support is North, and also to Alderman Cone's ward that looks like in the Dutchtown area. So, when we look at energy burden, we need to look at all of this as a holistic approach and not think on an equal level, but on an equitable level of how to make sure that we help the ones that need it the most. So I appreciate this presentation, and also for the people that's watching that do need energy assistance, Urban League does a really good job with helping folks I know they're located off of North Kings Highway, as well as the chairwoman, my sister, shouted out Heat Up St. Louis, who needs some funding now. As somebody who used to work at Heat Up St. Louis, you know, I know the great work that they do in Gentry Trotter to make sure that people that are in a position where, you know, the bills are going up and up and up, that they turn people around quickly to stay on. So thank you to those organizations, and thank you for the work that you guys are doing to highlight the importance around energy burden.
Thank you, Alder. I'm so sorry. And also there is PCAC on Broadway for folks who live on the south side. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And they do it at the location at 5801 Delmore.
True.
The People's Health Centers, and the location that was mentioned by Alderman Aldridge at 1408 North Kings Highway. That's the Urban League, and that's a Heat Up office as well. But that navigator, I'm sure, even goes in somewhere
Exactly.
there. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention in the room we have someone who's helping us with our water department. Our very own collector of revenue, Greg Daly, has a water department resource program right now that's available. I hope that since I'm announcing it still has funds available. The resources for the water department. It still has funds available. Okay, great. I was like, I don't want to announce it if it doesn't. So there's, again, to your point, we have to be reactive this way, but there are so many resources available, and it's just about connecting the dots for our constituents. Thank you. Vice Chair Sanye.
I would just thank you all for your work. I think the way that I really learned about a lot of this information was just within St. Louis Public Schools. A lot of our children have a lot of mold, asbestos, high asthma rates. I don't know if people know, but our city has the highest rates for kids in the country. And so I've learned a lot about that information through there, so I appreciated being here. I think the only part that's like saddening to me, which is not your responsibility, but I'll say like I'm grateful for you, because I think a part of the reason we're left being reactive, unfortunately, is that utility companies have lobbyists and a lot of corporate power behind them, where sometimes decisions are not being made based on what's best for the collective, i.e. Raises in rates that I'm sure if you actually put that on a ballot and had people vote for, people across the state would say no, but our legislature votes those sorts of things through. So I am very grateful and feel a little bit comforted that at least folks like you all, where your interest is purely the people, is there. And if there are any opportunities for, for us to be, proactive. I'm someone who, I appreciate all the assistance and all the organizations that do it. I appreciate the money that Ameren makes available. But I really wish that they would be a bit more proactive by not having higher rates, by just being a little bit more conscious of what they're charging people. And I don't like that we don't have that conversation enough as elected officials. So thank you for your efforts. Thank you for your work. And I'm specifically interested in any way that we can help to work with our utility companies to be proactive and to center them and center residents and the costs that they can't afford when we're making decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you again for coming. Did you have any closing remarks?
I just want to thank you all for letting us talk to y'all and spending the time and taking this seriously. And we're always available as a resource, and we're also always available to pester you to do the right thing. I really appreciate you. Y'all are wonderful.
Thank you. All right, next we will recognize a program that is very near and dear to my heart for so many reasons. The Real Estate Tax Assistance Fund. If your group can all come up, everybody that's going to speak, if you can raise your right hand when you come up and swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And then after that, when you come up, well, we don't have to swear you in, collect the revenue, but let's go for it. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. All right. Before you speak, just make sure that everybody in the world knows who you are, but just make sure that you introduce yourself and your title. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Greg Daly. I am the Collector of Revenue for the City of St. Louis. To my right is Mr. Peter Hoffman, who is with the Legal Services of Eastern Missouri. To his right is Abdul Abdullah, who is the Executive Director of Park Central. We are here this morning at the request of, of the alderman, to talk about RETAF, which is the Real Estate Tax Assistance Fund. Madam Chairman, you were in on the ground floor when we first started talking about this. And let me just take a point of personal privilege. Happy birthday a day late. This particular group is have been working hard for a number of years, and I think that with the testimony here of Peter and Abdul, they will give you the ins and outs of what this program is all about. It's been a success. Could we go to the next level? I think so. But it's been a huge success, and you all know more about this than I. To keep someone in their home and keep a house with occupied means a great deal to the community, to the street. It really does go to that level. And as a just as a point of interest here from the collector standpoint, there is nothing worse than, in my particular job, than to talk to someone about selling their house for sometimes $2,000, $2,500, because they've come on some hard times. This particular program has prevented that and has really done what I think is an exceptional job of keeping people in their homes, keeping the community strong. So having said that, I would turn it over to Abdul and Peter to give you a brief rundown as to what's going on. Is that okay, Madam Chairman?
All right. Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? So I'm Abdul, Executive Director of Park Central Development, and we're going to talk a little bit more about RETAF. And we're really going to talk about, we won't be before you long, we're going to talk about how the program and initiative got started and also how we have done with the program. And I think it's a great story, it's a great model, it's a great success. So I know we have a presentation. I don't know if we're having a little technical difficulty, but we should have that for the committee.
Madam Clerk, are we okay with the presentation? Or okay. We definitely want to make sure we can get this information shared publicly this way. So we'll take a minute to try to get it worked out. Auditor, collector of revenue and the RETAF team, because we want to make sure we're sharing this publicly. Do you mind if Alderman Browning goes ahead and does his bill quickly? Okay, thank you so much. That'll give them time to really get it figured out so that we do it right. So what we'll do is go ahead and recognize Alderman Browning for Board Bill 83.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. This shouldn't take long. Board Bill 83 is a incentive package that is meant to help a company move from the county to the city. This is a company that sells office furniture for the most part, and they're looking to put their offices and showroom in 42 Laclede Avenue. This building is known as the old Carriage Works building because they used to make carriages here a long time ago. It's a very old building, but it's been vacant for 12 years. And this is an exciting opportunity to turn one of our old, beautiful buildings into a new business. But as we see, sometimes it is not as easy to put a new business into an old building as just slotting it in like you could do in a strip mall out in the county. Sometimes it takes a little extra work to get these buildings into shape so that we can bring them back to life. Right now, this bill is meant to help them facilitate the building out of this space so that they can go ahead and move in. It is built as a sales tax reimbursement model. And so what happens is as they sell things, 50% of that sales tax, which would go to the TIF district, they're located in the Cortex district, TIF district, it will instead go to an account controlled by the comptroller, and they will be able to apply for reimbursement from this account for the cost to build out that space. So the comptroller will be able to take, I think, a 1% administrative fee for operating this account, and we have talked through with their office, and they're fully capable and willing to do that. So at this time, I'm happy to take any questions. I also have Claire Erker here, and I'd love for her just to introduce her company to you. We're really excited that they're considering moving into the city. And Claire, at this time, if you'd like to come up.
Thank you, Claire. Can you raise your right hand? Swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Please proceed.
Thank you for letting us be here today. I'm Claire Erker, CEO of CI Select. We are heading into our 40th year anniversary, so it's really exciting for us to have the opportunity to sort of layer on to our anniversary to make a big move into the city and move our showroom, which it will be a very high-end, beautiful showroom, bringing in a lot of visitors, a lot of design firms, a lot of business owners from all over St. Louis. So we're thrilled that you're considering this for us.
And the last thing I'll add is just they'll be bringing in, correct me if I'm wrong, Claire, but over 40 jobs with an average salary over $80,000. So the main benefit to the city here is going to be the earnings tax that we get from those positions. And it's very exciting that not only are these jobs, but good paying jobs. This is something that we want to bring into our city so that people can afford to live here and afford to live here well.
I mentioned one other thing. So we have a 50 house with an office attached in our city. That lease is up in 2 years. So our hope is to bring that to the city as well. So that would come with additional incentives there.
So at this time, I'm happy to take any questions from committee.
Thank you so much. Thank you for making the choice and the commitment to the city this way. I'm very familiar with this tool and excited that we're always able to pull these different tools out the toolbox to court and then successfully bring businesses down to the city of St. Louis. With that, I'll see if any of my colleagues have any questions. Also, thank you for the jobs. I do have one quick question about the 40 jobs. Are these new jobs or these relocated jobs?
They're all employees, current employees. All current employees.
Okay, and then bringing the other facility down in maybe 2 years would bring,
That, at the moment, are additional 12, but if all goes as planned, we will have more like 25 at that point.
good, good. Okay. Alderman Cone?
Thank you.
Alderwoman Keys?
No questions, thank you.
Alderman Aldridge?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Also, I want to thank you for deciding to come to the city and relocate. We're always open for business, so glad that you are here. And I know the Alderman has really worked out, I think, a unique way to try to support the process of you guys coming in. Just a few questions. In the exhibit, as we are on page, I think page, give me 1 second. Page, I think it's 2 of the exhibit. So you mentioned that there's going to be over 40 jobs, all around the average salary of 85. But and then if I guess read this, it says must have an average salary of at least 85. Individual jobs may have less than an 85 annual wage, so as long as the average wage of all reports jobs are at least 85. So does that mean that there will be some workers making less than 85 as long as the average of all employees are at that range of 85, the way that I read that?
So we do, I'm not exactly sure how it reads, but I'll answer. We do have employees that make less than 85 or 80. So as low as 50, but on the higher end, we have sellers that make north of 350.
Gotcha. So just as a hearing it, the 40 jobs that are all coming in, they all won't be making 85.
No, not exact. Everybody's at a different range.
Okay, gotcha.
Not all the same job type.
Yes, ma'am. And then when I look at the exhibit, just so I'm clear, when you talk about being a showroom and furniture, when I look at the exhibit, it looks to be a lot of things. I see a restaurant, I see office space, I see a library, I see a courtyard, I see a cafe, I see boardrooms, I see conference rooms, I see more conference rooms, open workstations.
Yes.
K through 12 showrooms, mother wellness, and storage. So it looks like it's more than just a furniture showroom store.
So everything in the space other than the restaurant would be ours. So if you take the restaurant out, we call it a working showroom. So when corporations come through, we actually office out of there, but then we're also using our showroom as a showroom. It has dual purpose, if you will, so that they can come through and see what their space potentially could look like. So it's not how you would think of a retail space where it's just a bunch of furniture and nobody's using it. We call it a working showroom, so people are working in it, and then dual purpose, we use it as a showroom.
Okay, so it also will be, I guess, like a co-working space? I'm assuming like a T-Rex or a...
No. We might have 5 workstations that could be a co-working space, but these are all our employees that are going to be housed in the space.
Okay. And the restaurant will be...
Someone else.
Someone else. So I know half of the sales tax, since we wouldn't be collecting it anyway because the TIF is supposed to go out to the build-out, does the build-out cover the restaurant?
No. I'm not involved in it.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So the build out goes to the space that CI Select will be in. The building owner is also here, and we are. I think if you go by the site right now, you'll see that the building's being worked on, but it's just the general building. This is to build out the specific space inside the building. It's just a very large open space right now. This would help them put up walls. This would help them put in bathrooms and all sorts of other things that it just not present in the now.
Okay. And then last question, Alderman, when we spoke, you said there's a clawback provision if the company were to leave within 10 years. Do you know where that's located? Because I couldn't find that.
I'll have to look, but I know that we've got a 10-year timeline on this. So if the company would leave within 10 years, they would be responsible for paying back a prorated amount of what they're not giving back. But I think it is in the company's interests to stay and complete the build out because, they won't be reimbursed for the full costs if they don't stick around and fully operate all of those 10 years.
And then I promise the last question. So if they were to leave, the payout that the city already don't get, would that go back to the CID or would that go to the city?
That's a good question, and I thought SLDC was supposed to be here today, but I think that the way it would work is that it would just go back to the TIF that they're in currently.
Okay. All the questions I got.
Vice Chair Sonia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Alderman Browning. We were to talk about this. I think it's very interesting. I don't know if this is the politically correct term, but it's essentially a pay-as-you-go incentive. It's very interesting model. That's kind of the best way I could kind of read it and explain it and kind of get it, because I definitely just got a few inquiries just with questions. I think it's just a very creative model to use, and so I'm glad that you all explored just other options. I also do prefer for us to leave the earnings tax alone, so I'm glad that we were able to find a route that didn't involve the earnings tax, and I would just commend the alderman for being, creative and innovative and figuring this out. To me, it just doesn't, I don't see any big red flags in it. I think the only cost to the city is basically administrative work and fee, and I see that there's inclusion of a 1% administration fee to offset this, which is pretty standard for these types of things. So I don't have any issues with this. I look forward to supporting it, and I think it's a good level of creativity, and thank you for, moving away and not going with the earnings tax option.
All right, with that, you're welcome to close.
Well, thank you to my colleagues. Excellent questions. I do realize it's a relatively unique incentive model, but it's exactly that way for a reason. We really do want this to retain the earnings tax. We want those jobs to come to St. Louis and then the city to get those benefits from that job. So we think this is a good model and one that we look forward to hopefully using in the future for companies that want to move here. This is definitely a thing that protects the city at the same time as brings a benefit to every party involved. So with that, I ask your favorable consideration and
All right, I'll accept the motion for for Board Bill 83. It was moved by Alderman Cone and seconded by Alderman Browning that we pass Alderman Aldridge, that we pass Board Bill 83 with a due pass recommendation, and I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor as well.
So noted.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Keys.
Aye.
Vice Chair Sonier.
Aye.
Alderman Browning.
Aye.
Alderman Aldridge. Chair Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
We have 6 aye votes.
All right, congratulations with that. You successfully passed Board Bill 83 out. You're welcome with the due pass recommendation. So we'll go back to fund. Do we have the? Okay. We still can't get this presentation going, so if we can just hear from you all. Okay. We do have another option to hook it up to the HDMI. That someone is on the way with a cord or hard wire, but until then, we want to be respectful as we can of you all's time.
Okay, thank you. So a little bit about the Real Estate Tax Assistance Fund. When the fund was created, it really was created for a couple of reasons. One of the big reasons was to really offer, one of the this out. One of the original reasons was to offer an option for homes that were in immediate risk of losing their homes due to being in a tax. All right. Okay. So homes that were in immediate risk of losing, being lost into a tax sale, these were owner-occupied homes. Really, there wasn't a mechanism in order to offer assistance. The history on this, the way that this program actually started, it started from two programs actually coming together. This was probably 3 years ago. We were in a community meeting, and Alderwoman Clark Hubbard was in the meeting, and it's the day before the tax sale. And her phone is just blowing up. It's call after call. And there were people who were there calling her saying, hey, we need $1,000, $500 to save our home. We're going to lose our home. And Alderwoman Clark Hubbard said, we have got to do something about this. So initially, we started a program called the Del Mar Tax Relief Fund to assist homeowners on the Del Mar corridor north to stop them from losing their homes, to be able to kind of abate the taxes as real estate taxes were going up, to be able to abate that. That's where the program started. In the meantime, legal services and some other residents were actually working with the collector, and they had a program in which they were assisting people to help with tax assistance so that people didn't lose their home. Well, we end up saying, let's all meet, and we begin to work together, and from that was born. And that is something that we oftentimes don't see as that collaboration piece, but as a result of it, we've been able to have tremendous success with that. Peter, did you want to say anything about that?
I just want to take a minute to recognize all the staff from Park Central Development, from the Collector's Office, from Legal Services that work to support this program. We're going to get into some of the figures. I was hoping we'd be able to pull them up on the screen, but we can kind of just read those in more detail and make sure we leave you with a copy of the presentation. As Abdul mentioned, since 2022 is really when we started this. So in the wake of the pandemic and the years that followed, we saw people struggling to pay property taxes and puts them at great risk of losing their home, as Collector Daly mentioned, for sometimes just a relatively small amount of money. Since 2022, Real Estate Tax Assistance Fund have saved a total of 205 homes, preserving $7 million in home equity. And we value that as the appraised value of the property. Oh, there we go. Thank you so much. So now, better than me just reading numbers to you, you can see them yourself. So those are the counts for each year. Households are on the left, and then home equity preserved is the graph on the right. So for just $883,000, we've been able to preserve more than $7 million in home equity. That's $883,000 in direct funds that are coming back into the city, into general revenue. That's an 8-fold impact. And that does not include the number of people who we've just educated, maybe informally, about other types of programming to help prevent tax foreclosures, installment contracts, payoff plans, other types of small grant assistance. So home equity preserved directly through Real Estate Tax Assistance Fund dollars.
So we want to talk a little bit about the numbers. The numbers on the screen, we want to give an overview of what we've been able to accomplish. During this time, we've been able to save 205 homes. That was 356 residents. And the average cost that we have been able to save people's home is $4,300. So for $4,300, we have been able to save these homes and get them back into generational homeowners that have had this, and also preventing displacement. So as you can see, when we look at the number of people who are impacted, when we look at some of the demographics, seniors are large people who have been impacted, but this program has also impacted African-American home ownership as well. So if you look at that, 148 African-American households, individuals were a part of this particular program that we were able to actually helps. But when you also look at the neighborhoods, kind of the fallout, what we did was we tried to create just a little snapshot of the areas that we've been able to help. So this isn't just a problem that you see in North St. Louis, although you have other areas that are impacted in North St. Louis, but the Patch neighborhood, that's south, that's 16 homeowners we've been able to assist. But when you also look at in that northern core, there's Mark Twain, which gets into the Walnut Park East area as well. So in Walnut Park East, you have 14 homes, but also on the Delmar corridor, you see in the Academy neighborhood, 13 homes were also impacted. So this isn't just an issue that we're having in North St. Louis. This is a city problem, and it's a city issue that's impacting everyone.
Could I actually just add one more thing there, Abdul? Preserving home ownership is affordable housing policy. Being able to keep people housed means the city has to spend less on creating new units of affordable housing. And this is a great low-cost way to keep people in their homes and preserve home ownership across generations. One other figure I'd like to bring to your attention is the 112 children that were impacted by this fund. These are kids who would be facing homelessness or have to move out of the city, out of the school district, and all the stress and burden that creates for families. So we're not just preserving home ownership for seniors, we're preserving home ownership for families as well through this program across all parts of St. Louis City. This is just a snapshot of our 2025 impact alone. And now we can turn a little bit to the process. This is what your constituents would experience if they were to call Park Central and apply for real estate tax assistance funds.
Yeah, so the process we've tried to make very simple. So initially, the way that the process works is that we work with the collector's office. We also work with legal services as well. And what we try to do is we actually try to create a universe so we can be a little proactive to see who these individual homes are at risk. And these are people that are appearing on the tax sale. So what we begin to do is to try to be proactive with trying to help people initially. Of course, that doesn't get everyone that we need to serve. Next thing that we do is we also do outreach to the homeowners that are on that list. We do it by mailing. We also do it in person. And this is something that has also been a great partnership with the collector's office because the collector's office also sends out notices as well to those individuals. And having that public-private partnership and collaboration really allows us to meet people where they're at, but it also allows us to fill in the gaps of people who we may miss as well. But Park Central then will receive an application. There's a website that they go to. It's called retaf.org. They're able to apply. When they receive the application, receive this, we go in, we begin to talk to individuals, we work with them to gather their documents. All of that is an online process as well. So that way they're able to upload that. For seniors who may not, or people who are disabled, what we do, we will go to their home if we need to help them. When we started this, when COVID numbers were high, we've even stood on the porches of seniors to actually help them, but we also will allow them to come in. So we try to create an opportunity that everyone gets served and really remove any barrier for that as well. The next thing we do is as we're going through the process, we understand we have to have clean title a lot of times when you're doing this work. So that's when we refer them over to legal services if there is an issue with the title, with the title. And from that, I'll let Peter talk a little bit about what we do with legal services in that process.
Sure, it's truly a partnership, and we want to eliminate any barrier possible for people to be able to obtain these funds and preserve their housing. So when we have a warm handoff from Park Central, somebody has applied for funds, but maybe they're living in mom or dad's home, but title was never formally transferred from one generation to the next. Our attorneys and staff can represent that family to consolidate title, update title, make sure the property's title is in the name of the applicant so that they can receive the necessary funds to prevent the foreclosure. So in that way, we're layering our services together.
That's right. It becomes a braided type of service where that way we're working with different funding sources that may have other resources to really make this be really holistic. The next thing we do is in the process currently is we work with the Department of Human Services. This initially was funded from the public side by the Department of Human Services through ARPA funding. So they have a process that they go through. So we have to make sure that there's continuity, and all of this happens to make sure that everything is in compliance, nothing is released. The next thing we do is those funds are released from the collector's office to a tax account. Then we work directly with the collector's office. Then the property is removed from the tax sale. But the other thing we do in some cases, we do a referral over to Prosperity Connection, because you can't just hand people off. In situations like this, you have to make sure that there are other supportive and wraparound services. And sometimes that's with financial counseling or other type of referrals as appropriate. And we try to make sure we do what we do well and that our partners are doing what they do well.
And if I could just add one additional thing there, I just want to emphasize that no funds are passed to individuals. All those funds are administered from Park Central directly to the collector of revenue.
I want to talk a little bit about the eligibility. So a little bit about the eligibility is the City of St. Louis homeowner has to be facing imminent tax foreclosure. So what we do is we wait until the tax notices come out, and that way it gives us a much better option of seeing who the people that actually need the assistance are. And again, we've been working with the collector's office up until that time to get them on a payment plan if that is an option, or to find other issues as well. Other resources to abate or those issues that they may be facing as well. So from that, the collector works with us to make sure that if a person does have that judgment, that we can begin to service them correctly. The next thing is that the property has to be their sole residence. So for instance, you can't have 4 homes in the city and think that that you're going to get help. That's just not how it works. We really want to have a safety net for those who are most vulnerable. The next thing is there's no mortgage debt. So typically the focus of this has been to preserve home ownership. So one of the things that we do is we make sure that there are no real estate taxes that are escrowed. So if there are other money to assist with them, we want to make sure we explore all options before moving on. The next thing is the foreclosure sale is scheduled for that year, so it has to be in a year which the home is on the foreclosure list. And then lastly, the household income we really look at is to make sure that it's less than 100% of the area median income. But for our purposes, because the Department of Human Services requires an 80% of AMI depending on the funding, then we go off of whatever that funding requirement is that those resources say we have to adhere to.
I just want to add that this is a mix of both public and private funding, and because it's a mix of public and private funding, it does give us some flexibility to make sure that we're coming up with the appropriate amounts to save as many homes from foreclosure as we can.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of it, is that we've been able to raise over $200,000 from the private side, which also gives the ability to leverage the public side. So it definitely gives us flexibility. So this isn't just an initiative that the city has just floated. They've been a partner, and they've been a very good partner. So we do want to talk a little bit just about testimonials, because although you see these numbers on the screen, these are real people. These are real homes. These are real people whose life will be impacted. So we did have one of our the people who we assisted, and just real quickly, his story, he says, "We're trying to keep the property in the family. That's an investment that relatives have invested in for years previous to him." So this program is more than just about saving homes. It is also about preserving wealth. It's about in Black homes in this city. That is just the absolute truth. But it also allows people to be in a place in which they can have rest, they can have comfort, and there's well-being for those particular families. The next one that I want to talk a little bit about is this particular resident, and this is actually in the Penrose neighborhood. And her quote was, "This program is a blessing." She was a senior who had stage 4 cancer, and she was at risk of losing her home. And this was the one where one of our staff from Park Central went to, I'm going to call her the young lady's house. She was in her 70s, and we did the assessment with her through the door. and she was able to keep her house while recovering from stage 4 cancer. And we were able to help her with some additional things. So these are real people. These are real numbers. And one of the things that, we really want to make sure that the city understands is that we have to have, as we begin to rebuild the city, not just after the tornado, but just overall, we have to create networks, and we have to create resources and a philosophy that A, allows people to stay in their home, and B, participate in the resurgence that this city will go through. So that is a core fundamental piece of the program. So we won't go through that, go through the rest of this, but we do want to talk a little bit about what our request is, and I'll let Peter talk a little bit about that.
Sure. So as I mentioned, this has largely been a mix of public and private funding, but that public has been a really integral part to making sure this program's a success. We know that ARPA funds have a time limit by which they need to be spent, but finding ways to continue to have funding for this real estate tax assistance fund is really going to be critical beyond 2026. So the program is funded to make sure we're assisting families all through next year, but we do need to start thinking about the future and how do we continue to sustain this work that is more needed now than ever. There are some overhead costs. Park Central has staffing that administer this, as Abdul mentioned, visiting them with the application, making sure that we're truly helping the people in need. So there's a cost there, but there's also a direct cost in tax relief assistance. Whatever money the city can contribute to Park Central and the Real Estate Tax Assistance Fund, our partners will work to try to match that and bring in additional matching dollars. It's one of these things, the saying is a little goes a long way. The Real Estate Tax Assistance Fund is really a little bit of money going a long way to preserve home ownership, preserve legacy residents, keep them in the city, as Abdul said, as we rebuild. Yeah, and the money comes back to the city directly through general revenue, so it's able to be redeployed for other services. Greg, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Madam Chairman and the Alderwoman from the 7th, I just want to thank you both for giving us the opportunity to present our case. I think it's a good one. I think that this particular program has proved to be beneficial for the generational wealth that we're trying to preserve here in the city of St. Louis. And again, the more difficult things the collector of revenue has to do is take someone's property. That's what we're trying to stay away from. This particular program, and thanks to these two gentlemen and their organization, have provided us that opportunity, and it's working. So thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be here this afternoon.
Thank you so much. So I would be remiss if I didn't. He doesn't like to be named, but I never miss the opportunity to say thank you. So I want to make sure that we thank the initial angel donor of that $30,000 who started with the first program. Again, we know he is so humble in his service to the city of St. Louis, but had he not done that, we wouldn't have had the valuable data and the success to then be able to fight for it and build capacity in the way that you and I discussed. I remember our first discussion in your office all the way to when we was announcing it on the City Hall Rotunda steps, and just seeing the unique ways that this program has been able to fight against and displacement, and again the generational wealth factors that is a reason that takes so many of our families out of the city of St. Louis, and then the unique way that it builds in the empowerment, the financial education and empowerment, and the way that you build them proactively with making sure that their paperwork is in order. Legal Services of Eastern Missouri, we know that you all's work, again, there's no measurement, there's no number we can put on that. And so the work that Park Central does to proactively go out now, whereas we used to, we were getting those calls, but now we can look at it ahead of time, right? And see where it might be somebody that doesn't even know about RETAF, but we can now reach them where they are, meet them where they are, and tell them that in a time where they most feel hopeless and helpless, that there is opportunity to save them. So again, I think we knew from the first phone call and us getting it done the first time that there was going to be a need to build. There was going to be a need to not only build capacity, but bolster funding and opportunity for this, and knowing that it feeds, to your point, right back into to the fiscal wealth of the city, health of the city of St. Louis. It's a win-win for everybody with a program like this. So many of these programs we start down here crash and burn, but this one is different, and it's something that you all should be absolutely proud of, and I'm grateful for you all being here to be able to share it publicly this way on this platform as well. So with that, I will see if our colleagues have any questions. Alderman Cone? Thank you. Alderwoman Keys?
I'd just like to say thank you, gentlemen. I've worked with all of them on several different projects, but Park Central has reached out to me on a number of occasions because they had trouble maybe reaching someone who had applied for the program. And so it is so wonderful that this program even exists. And I thank you all so much again for your work.
Yeah, and I want to thank you too, Alderwoman Keys. Even in the midst of the tornado, you stopped. And I gave her a list of about 8 people who we could not reach. And she stopped. And she went and she knocked those doors. She went and called. And I want to thank you personally because it was a lot going on, but you stopped and you showed service in action. And although there's a lot going on in this city right now, days like this feels good because this is something that works and it's something that's impacting. And this is how we move the city forward, is through collaboration with our older people and collaboration with people actually being on the ground and working, because it works. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And I'd also like to be added as a co-sponsor.
No, it's not a bill. Thank you, Alderwoman
so
Keys,
sorry.
though, for your co-sponsorship.
You know I'm down for the cause.
Listen, that what we know now is that whatever's forthcoming, we got your co-sponsorship. We ahead of time.
All right, amen.
Alderman Browning.
Thank you.
Similarly, I am a big fan of this program, and if I could co-sponsor it, I would, because really, you three gentlemen, as well as just everyone who's a part of this program, deserve a lot of praise, because I've seen the effect this has in our city. I've seen it in my own neighborhood, and I've seen it on my own street. So I know this is a really important program that keeps people in their homes, that really is one of our tools to fight against gentrification and displacement. And I feel very personally about this because I know neighbors that are still my neighbors because of this program. And I think that's really what forms the community that really benefits our city overall. So you all should feel great about this work, and similarly, count me as a supporter for anything that this program needs in the future.
Thank you.
Did Alderman Aldridge go online?
Obviously, this program is for folks who are really dire and literally about to. Obviously, this program is for folks who are really dire and literally about to lose their property, but I definitely sleep better at night knowing that things like this. And just would give you all my commitment. Like, I'm very excited you accepted my invitation to come here today. Alderwoman, Chairwoman was very excited to put this on the agenda. And just, I am definitely in my own capacity actively to working to figure out how we can support this program, how we can expand this program, and in a way that doesn't take away, because I really think about this program is Park Central's role in a way that you're not limited to the bureaucracy of city processes and red tape. So I'm definitely looking forward to continuing conversation, and you can definitely count on me to be having conversations in other places about other funding and streaming revenues. And I would love to see, this program be a permanent part of what our city funds to pay for, to make sure that folks who are in their community, who are in homes, are able to stay in them. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I don't know if you guys had any questions or anything you wanted to close up with. Listen, I had no idea that anybody anywhere was talking bad about this program as much help as I have heard that you all have made and the change that you all have made. I hear the testimonies. And so thankful that Vice Chair Sanye heard this so that she could uplift it and bring in different platforms, have us have this now as a tool. And I encourage maybe to put this presentation on your website, so that people can see. We know that when programs, there's always going to be naysayers and people that are against it for whatever their reasons, mainly because it's not their lived experiences or they're not close to someone who it is their lived experience. That's why having people in positions and in places like you all that have the hearts and the minds to know to serve and know the need for this and are able to say yes is so important. And then having people like us in position to be able to stand and back you up on it is equally as important. So thank you again for the work that all of you all are doing. Again, if you have any closing remarks, I want to tell people one more time how they can get in touch with you all in the program. I think that would be helpful. And then thank you again.
Sure. So there are always a couple ways in which you can find us. First, it's www.retaf.org, or you can call the Park Central office, 314-535-5311. Or you can always call our good friend Greg Daly and Miss Pat Ortman at the collector's office, and they do a great job. Collector?
If I could, it's the individuals that operate in my office, specifically Pat Ortman. You know, I think that this young lady has been with me for 30 years when I was the license collector and now the collector of revenue. And when we first started talking, when the chairman had kind of brought this idea and we kind of were kicking it back and forth, I, at that particular time, said, I got the person. I got the person. I got the go-to person when this thing gets up and going. And Pat has been very instrumental in putting this whole thing together, and the cooperation that we have received through Park Central and Legal Services. And these two gentlemen, they have been working tirelessly. Anna has been part of this particular program, and it's working. It's working. And again, I believe in it. I am a firm believer in this. I have thrown money at this particular program. It is something I believe in, that I think that we can utilize down the road.
I think that was a good caveat also. Well, first of all, I want to echo the gratitude for Ms. Pat Ortman, who always answers the call, and the rest of your team back there as well that always answer the call. So thank you. And then I think that was a good caveat, Collector, to share how people, if they would like to pour into this program or sow a seed into this program, the public-private partnership is there, but we also raise money for this programming. So if you want to share that, or if someone can share the opportunity.
Sure. Park Central Development, the donation can always be made to Park Central Development. Always, I'm the point of contact for the agency, or Mr. Collector is always systematically we can have partnership through our civic partners throughout the region to make this be something. But we do accept donations. We are a 501c3. We take cash, check. We also take stock options as well. So whatever form you like to give, we can certainly do that. Yes, ma'am.
Tax deductible.
And it's tax exempt, yes.
Yeah, this is that time of year. And so with it being that time of year, is there anything you want to share about it being that time of year, and have the mic about it being tax?
You know, donations are always something that this particular program has worked on. There is these two individuals behind me have a network that is so good, and it works, and there are so many not-for-profit organizations that have contributed to this particular program. We have had various fundraising events that have really kept this program alive and well, and I would just like to take this opportunity to thank these two guys and their organizations for networking throughout the system, because people have seen the value of this program. They have actually seen people stay in their homes, save a block, and you guys know this better than I do, that you got to keep the houses occupied. But the way that this has been done in the past, and the way that we're going to continue with the help of the city, we would very much like to be able to sit down with individuals on the Board of Aldermen and try to put something together. Let's try to put some kind of a board bill together where funding it will be out there so that we can keep this thing rolling.
So thank you again. Again, this is a proactive reach and tool for us to fight against displacement, gentrification, vacancy here in the city of St. Louis. And, you know, one of the things that we can do really proactively, and that is to make sure that people have opportunity and empowerment around knowing how and when they can pay their city taxes, knowing that it takes 3 years, right, for you to even get to being in a space where you might be in detriment of losing your property. So I just want to make sure people know the bills are out, and that, you know, there's opportunity in the office to reach out if you have any questions about them or anything, but making sure that you don't fall into a space where you need a program like RETAF. We're happy and blessed to have it, but we also want to make sure that we give people the education and empowerment to not be in that space.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll move forward to hear from the mayor's administration on discussion item number 2, the American Rescue Plan Act, funding and expenditures.
Well, good morning, HUD's committee, and thank you very much for your time today. We are beginning today the first step of a bifurcated approach to update you all on the progress of implementing American Rescue Plan Act funds. Today, we're going to focus on having our ARPA compliance team, who we administratively moved under the City Councilor's office in the past several months, to really enhance and support their efforts, provide a presentation to you all of who they are, the work that they do, some key compliance issues, an overview of where we're at as a city. They'll also dive into providing an overview of the status point in time of the top 8 departments that have received ARPA allocations by volume of ARPA funds received. We'll then kick it over to our development agencies that have received a significant tranche of these funds for what we expect will be presentations from both of them. The first up will be the St. Louis Development Corporation, and the second up will be the Community Development Administration. We have a few presentations that we provided, and those should be available to folks on the website for this hearing today. And then we also have a few handouts that we'll share with the folks on this committee as well. With that, I'm happy to turn it over to our ARPA compliance team, unless there are any questions out the gate that you all may have for me. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Did you want us to pass out the handouts you said you had here, or? Okay.
You don't have an HDMI?
No. Is there a chance to make it bigger on the screen, or our presentation?
I think she's coming to help assist.
It's not expanding. It's expanding on here.
Not expanding at all.
It's something.
Yeah, share. Not share. Sorry. Or full screen. I got full screen on this. Present on that.
Let me see if I can use my computer, but they used last time to see if it'll work. I'm not sure which one of these files. Save it. It's doing the same thing.
He's gonna have to pick that PC one up. PC one. Pick it up.
Which one is this? Opera.
It's not the same. Yes, compliance. That one. There you go. I'm not sure who that's about it. Not us, it's gonna be.
No, there's something going on with because we have I think it's I have it in PDF in PowerPoint, so I don't know. I'm sorry. So we still talking about just shows. Okay.
Is it on his?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a simple thing.
Show me.
Where's your page down?
Hey, Tracy, can you back to preview really quick? Which one? That one. One right above it, right there. Click that. That made it smaller. Present. All right. Something.
Yes. How we're able to? Yes. Great. All right, I think we have it working. Thank you for your patience. Good afternoon. Thank you for having us today and giving us the opportunity to present our small team, ARPA compliance team, our roles, our core responsibilities, and we'll also overview the October ARPA expenditures as of this year. So our team, it's pretty small. It's consists just of myself. My name is Nevena Shamov. I'm Government Services Administrator, and this is Jody Valentine, Government Services Analyst. Just two of us, but we do a lot behind the scenes. And we're here again today to present to you guys all of our work. And as Casey mentioned earlier, we are currently operating from the office of the City Councilor's office. All right, our core roles and responsibilities. So we were able to capture them in in six major categories. But again, there's a lot more that we handle besides just these six categories. So I will go ahead and go over each one, but then we'll spend some more time on the most important one in separate slides. So first we do an oversight of the ARPA compliance reporting, financial reporting to the Department of Treasury. We work with all the departments to make sure we gather accurate information and timely information so we can present that information to the general public and to the Department of Treasury. The third category, it's we maintain ARPA's financial internal records. That's beside of the cities-wide system Oracle. We also are responsible for any ARPA audits. Since I'm not going to touch base on this particular category, I just want to say a couple of things. So there we go. That's much better. For the audits, these are done normally in March or April of every year. And so far, we've been audited by KPMG, another body from the cities or outside the city that we. All right, so these are the Department of Treasury's reporting requirements. We present two reports to the Department of Treasury, two major ones. The first one, it's project and expenditure report, and that report really contains mostly financial data. It will have each project, each ARPA project, there'll be some description, period of performance, appropriated, obligated, funds, spendings, if it's capital expenditure and so on, but most of it is financial information, and that's due by the 30th or 31st of every month following the quarter. The second report, it's an annual report, and it's called Recovery Plan, and that's due at the end of July of each year, and it aligns with the city's fiscal year. That's more of a report where we present, we express the financial numbers with words. It's more descriptive. So if numbers are not your thing, go ahead and review this report. I think we'll find it very helpful. It has lots of stats. It has information about what are the achievements where every single ARPA dollar goes. And in order for us to submit these reports to the Department of Treasury, we're required to be approved. Previously, that was the mayor's office. Currently, it's the city councilor's office. The ARPA transparency portal and the dashboard. So we do, as mentioned earlier, we maintain two. The first one is the ARPA transparency portal. That one has every single detail for every single project, obligation, appropriation, expenses, descriptions, period of performance, everything, it's there. That would like to find out more. And the ARPA ARGIS dashboard, it's more of a high-level overview. It's really a neat way to go and compare departments or board bills, ordinances, or just certain projects, but more of a high-level overview of the ARPA spendings. And the process, it's a little bit of a complex how we run these dashboards, so we are responsible for them. And the way it works is we receive reports from the Comptroller's office. We clean up these reports, we manage them, and we incorporate them in our internal files. So we keep track of, again, of every single ARPA dollar that's being recorded in Oracle. So we take all these reports from the Comptroller's office, we incorporate it in our files. After that, we generate reports, we send back to ITSA. It's our partner in this. ITSA uploads the files into both dashboards and sends back to us preliminary files or links. We review to make sure everything is consistent with our internal files, with what the city system Oracle shows, and make sure everything is accurate. Once that's complete, we are required to obtain an approval from the City Councilor's office, and upon approval, both dashboards are updated online simultaneously. And just wanted to make a note that the dashboards are published on a 6-week lag. So that's because it's just a complex process, and by the time we receive the information from the Comptroller's office, we integrate the information into our own files and work with it. So it takes some time. So these dashboards are updated on a 6-week lag. Here we'll talk a little bit about our internal tracking process, which is similar, kind of like a part of it is what I just explained in updating the 2 dashboards. So we receive the financial information. These are 4 reports that we receive from the Comptroller's office. We again assimilate, clean up the data, and create a nice data set, incorporate into our files. And we've had a few files that we can always monitor, and we are a month behind, but we can always monitor where every single dollar goes, how much departments are spending in past years, what was appropriated, what was obligated. So our internal process, our internal files are extremely important for us, and it provides a real-time view of where the funds are going. And if in the next year, if we have some movements of funds, where they could potentially go. So these internal files, all together with a few of the files from the Comptroller's office, get into a system called Tableau Prep. Some of you might be familiar with it, but we use that system to generate some more reports. And then those reports are used to update the U.S. Treasury Department and some of them for the dashboards. So it's a pretty complex process, and it does take us some time to update the files, but everything we have, it's very accurate, and everything aligns with the city's system Oracle. And well, before we continue with the financial numbers, are there any other questions? Okay, and Jody Valentine will present the rest of the information to you. Thank you.
So the first slide that you see here on the financials is really kind of, it shows the ARPA funding and expenditures for each department and what percentage of the appropriated funds that were provided to each department have been spent. Overall, we were awarded from the U.S. Treasury $498,076,054, so just under $500 million. Through October, we have spent $291.8 million, which is 58.6% of our total award. And the departments on this slide are kind of listed in order from which departments received the most funds or were appropriated the most funds down to the lowest funds. And then it also shows by department how much were expensed against that and what the percentage spent was by department. Next slide here is a bar graph look at what the total spend is citywide. The blue bars represent what the monthly expenditures have been against ARPA. The orange line represents where we need to be spending, so what the spending level needs to be in order to spend down the full $498 million. And so what you can see here is, again, this is the 58.6% that we've spent. Over the last 12 months, we have spent an average of $9.5 million per month. And what we need to do in order to spend down the remaining $206 million that has not been spent yet is we need to increase that spend rate up to $18.8 million on average per month. So there's definitely a need to accelerate the spend rate. We're now having kind of bi-weekly meetings with the departments to ensure that we're achieving an increase in that spend rate. The next slide is a pie chart, which really kind of shows how much of the ARPA funds that we obligated have not yet been spent. So there are 5 departments: CDA, BPS, OVP, DHS, and Streets, that represent nearly 90% of the unspent funds. And the top 8 departments account for 96.7% of the unspent funds. So this is kind of, gives the breakout as to by department how much money remains. And these are the 8 departments that we're really focusing our efforts on to make sure that we're kind of fishing where the fish are and concentrate where the dollars are that need to get spent. Next slide, go into each department, kind of slide by slide for the top 8 departments. So this is a slide of CDA. Again, the blue bars represent the monthly spend. The orange bar represents where we should be spending at. So CDA has spent $63 million of the $180 million, or 35% of the total appropriation. The average monthly spend over the last 3 months has been $5.5 million per month, and we need to accelerate that spend to $10.7 million over the next 11 months to be sure that we're spending down that full level. For BPS, for public services, what we have is we've spent $81.6 million of the $119 million that was appropriated. That's 8.5% of their total funds. So there are $37.5 million of unspent funds at this point, which represents 18% of the total unspent funds. Many of the BPS contracts are backloaded. They're vehicle purchases, which are waiting for delivery. They're construction projects, which are in process but have not been completed. They need to $0.4 million per month over the next 11 months to be able to fully spend down their funds. And then they have been spending really at a rate of 3.8. So 3.4 million is where we need to be. So they're really on track. So what you see when you see the orange line as a flat line, that's usually a good indicator that we're on the right track to be able to spend down the full funds. Next slide has to do with OVP, so the Office of Violence Prevention, and they have spent $14.3 million of the $26.9 that they were appropriated. That leaves $12.6 million remaining to be spent. That's 6.1% of the total unspent ARPA dollars Over the past 12, OVP has averaged spending about $604,000 per month, and that rate will have to accelerate to $1.1 million per month in order to get the full spend down of the funds that they were awarded. Streets Department through October has spent $16.3 million of the $24.7 million that they were appropriated. At 66.2% of their total award. That leaves $8.3 million to be spent. That's 4% of the city's total unspent funds. Over the last 12 months, they've been averaging about $750,000 a spend per month. That needs to stay at $712,000. So they are on track. As you can see, that orange line is pretty flat, so streets is in good shape. Human Services has spent $40.3 million of their $52 million award, or 77.6%. They have $11.7 million left to spend over the next 11 months, which is 5.7% of our total unspent funds. Their average monthly spend has been $712,000, and we need to accelerate that to $1.1 million per month in order to get a full spend down for Human Services. Building Division has spent $6.8 million of the $13 million that they were appropriated. Leaves $6.2 million remaining to be spent. This represents 3% of the city's total unspent funds. And building spending will need to accelerate from $113,000 a month, which is what they've been spending over the last 12 months, to $567,000 per month in order to have a full spend down. AHC has spent $15.1 million of the $18.6 million that they were awarded. That has $3.5 million remaining to be spent, which is 1.7% of the city's total unspent funds. Over the last 12 months, AHC has averaged spending of $725,000 per month, and they need to average $321,000 per month over the next 11 months. So very well on track to spend down their full funds. And then the last slide, the 8th department, is Department of Health. And they spent $12.6 million of the $15 million that they were appropriated, or 83.7% of their appropriation. That leaves $2.4 million to spend down, which is 1.2% of the city's total unspent funds. And DOH needs to has averaged $225,000 of spending per month. And that's the pace that they need to continue on, is that $225,000 a month to spend down all their funds. So that really kind of concludes our prepared slides. So if there are questions that you'd like to ask, we'll accommodate that at this time.
I think some of our questions will probably be generally held until we can talk to the departments and their representation. Thank you for this report. Thank you for the work very important work that you all are doing. I guess I would have one question about the timeline that you talked about from getting the report from the comptroller's office to you all and back from that. Can you just, I know you talked about it in that way, but can you give like dates? How many weeks does it take, days does it take to do that when they get it back, so that we can kind of gauge, like, for instance, could some of this information in here not be accurate because of some work that's being done on the back end right now, or is this pretty much to date where it is now?
No, this information is at the end of October 31st. So we do not have the November data yet. So we'll receive that on November. Oh, we did.
Well, no, we'll receive the November data around December 20th.
December we'll receive, yeah, around December 12th. So December 12th, sometimes it's the 12th. We have certain deadlines with the comptroller's office. If it's a reporting, quarterly reporting month, the data is due on the 12th. If it's not, it's due on the 20th of each month. But the comptroller's office actually has been great in the past few months submitting the data on time to us. So if we say that we receive the data around the 15th of each month for the previous month, it takes us a couple weeks, maybe even more, to get all that information, run the reports, prepare everything, and then we take these reports, we put them in Tableau Prep, which is another system, and that system spits out some other reports. So from the time we receive it till the time we can present it to someone, it really could be between 3 to 4 weeks. So yeah.
About a month then.
Yes.
Average about another month addition.
And just to add to that, so after we get done with our work from the controller providing us the data, so that's the end of the month following. So for the November data, we'll have our work done by the end of December. Then we'll work with ITSA in the beginning of January, the beginning of that following month, to get the dashboard. Try to have the dashboard published by the middle of the month following. So the October dashboard, you can look for that to be published mid-December. We just published the September dashboards this past week. So if you go out and you look at the dashboards now, you'll see the September data are fully loaded in the dashboard. So that got done, mid-November. So that's why there's that kind of a 6-month lag, or 6-week lag, on the dashboards.
And do we have any concern as we move up to the deadline that the lag will in any ways hinder us being able to have accurate reporting there?
No, we do not have concerns about that. We will, and we have been working closely with the Comptroller's Office. And just like at the end of December 2024, whenever was the obligation deadline, towards the end, the past few months, we have daily, weekly meetings with them constantly. So we'll be getting up-to-date data as we get closer.
That was the one of the things I was going to mention was I think I like what you all mentioned about having more consistent meetings, move closer into what the spending down needs to be. I think that's going to be very helpful. And then do you all feel that your office is staffed enough to do this work, or do you feel like there could be any capacity building there?
We are staffed properly, and now being under the City Councilor's office, we have Nancy Walsh, Michael Garvin, that will assist with anything else that we need. So, but we are ready for it, and it's the biweekly meetings with the department should help a lot.
Yeah.
They're already gearing up and just trying to spend as much as they can. So I think we're in good shape.
Yeah, that's an understatement. That's a good shape and a good problem to have, right? And needing to spend money, and having the access to spend money. So with that, I'll see if any of my colleagues have any questions. Is Alderman Cone still in my? Okay. Alderman Browning. I'm sorry, is Alderwoman Key still online?
She's online, and Alderwoman Boyd has her hand up.
So we'll let Alderwoman Boyd go, even though she's not in the committee, we'll let her go in the place of Alderwoman Keys. Is that what you're saying?
Alderwoman
Keys on.
Yeah, she's online.
She can ask her question, Madam Chair.
Alderwoman Keys, are you still online?
Alderman Aldridge.
All right, sorry about that. I was having problems getting back over to the phone. I was listening and taking care of something else. But no, I do not have any questions. Thank you for the updates on this financial information.
You're welcome.
Alderwoman Boyd, did you still have a question?
Yes, ma'am. I thought you were going to have your committee ask the questions first. Did you want the committee or me? It doesn't make a difference.
Go ahead, Alderwoman Boyd.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming before the HUS committee today. I think my concern is, then I might have missed it because I know you all were having technical difficulties. Do you all have a deadline date where all the dollars have to be allocated? They have to be appropriated out so we can meet the deadline for the federal government?
All the funds had to be appropriated by last December of 2024, and all the spending has to be completed by December of 2026.
And so what you just presented today, it was just departments. So you don't have organizations that were supposed to receive any of these dollars?
I'm not sure I fully understand, but all the ARPA dollars
on Tuesday, December, by the purpose of the compliance team's on Tuesday, December, by the purpose of the compliance team's presentations to do the high-level overview, and then we're going to let the departments get into the nitty-gritty detail of to whom those funds have been allocated, how that's going, outcomes, and all of that.
Okay, thank you, Casey. And so with the departments that have a large amount to funnel through to complete, have they presented a plan or a proposal on how they're going to get those dollars out the door?
Yes, so to meet the obligation deadline last December, departments had to demonstrate to the administration, the prior administration, that they did believe that they could both obligate and expend those dollars by the federal deadline. And so those demonstrations were provided by December of last year of 2024. And so the follow-up to that will be the presentations that we have from departments today in December as to how those plans are going, any issues they may be encountering, any successes and outcomes that they would like to highlight.
Okay, so my biggest concern, and Casey, you are aware of it, and probably the whole world is, I do not want us to give a penny back to the federal government. So I just want to make sure all these dollars are going out and they will be completed where we won't have to crawl back any dollars. And that's my biggest concern.
Yes, ma'am, we share that same exact concern, and we do not want one single penny going back as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. First, I want to thank Alderwoman Clark Hubbard for bringing this meeting together and echo what she said of as things move, we have more understanding of where some of these funds are and, what needs to happen from the board. I know this is important for not only alders, for departments, and also the mayor and the president, but I think it's also good, since I always say the Board of Aldermen is probably the most transparent place that people can see information because we have these hearings, to be able to have more of these so that they could be tapped into it. So I know you guys are kind of more the overview, and like Chief of Staff from the Mayor's Office, Casey, said, as we move forward, as far as I know CDA and SLDC would be heard, we can get more into why some of those funds aren't being spent in those departments. But on an overview of it, you're saying we've only spent, let me back up. So we obligated all of the money, but also I know we sometimes have re-obligated money. Are we able, I thought we have to have it all obligated at a certain deadline. So even though it is all obligated, we are able to still re-obligate it post the deadline?
Yes, we are. There are some restrictions and limitations. So that's why we're working with the City Council's office to have a clear view of those restrictions. But we do have some flexibility there. There is no deadline to when that to be done, but considering the process is pretty long, it needs to go through ENA and City Comptroller's Office and City Councilors. We're probably thinking of maybe weeks, months. So the earlier those are done, the better.
And you saying that some of those funds take some time through the process. I know we recently re-obligated some funds, maybe to CDA for tornado, which had to go through the board process, and than CD or ENA, and probably sure those funds aren't spent yet, but we'll get into that shortly. But we are able to move money around post the obligation deadline.
Some of it, yeah. So there are some limitations, but it's great as long as the funds. I mean, again, with the list of moving funds from one project to another, it has to respond to a few criteria. But basically, if it's from one project to another project that's very close, similar in scope, we can do that.
Gotcha. And to get to the expenditure part, you say we've spent in total from ARPA about 58%.
59.
59. I think I heard.
Closer to 59, right? 58 point something. 58.6. I'll call it 59.
Okay. Math teacher always rounds up, right? So we spent about 58.9, close to 59%. And we have to have these funds spent by next year of next month. Next year, next
December
month,
31st,
December.
2026.
Okay. And not being like a math person, but I think that leaves about maybe 41. Am I good? That's correct. Maybe. Okay, check me out. 41.4% that still need to be spent.
Correct.
Have we spent that much in 1 year since we've had these funds?
No, we've spent just under 60% of it over 4 years. So we've got 40% to go in the remaining 13 months.
I'm just trying to think, and in the timing that we had the ARPA funds, what's probably the most amount that we spent in the year? Has it been 10% of the funds, 15%, 20% of it?
Per year?
Yes, I'm asking just to see if we got 1 year left, what has been the maximum amount that we've spent over years if we have 41.6% or 4% left to spend. Ultimately, my question is, do you guys believe we're going to spend all of it in 1 year? Because that seems to be a task that hasn't happened since we've had the ARPA funds.
There are the few items we have to take into consideration here, correct? So all of the funds were finally obligated just a year ago. So up until then, some departments didn't even have the money to spend. So prior to that, a lot of the funds that were spent were mostly on ARPA-related supplies, during COVID, all these funds that we needed. But as the program advanced, Treasury kind of gave us a little bit more flexibility of where we can spend the funds. We started allocating funds to other projects that are very important for the city, and those funds were just obligated last year. So the process to appropriate and obligate is what slowed down the entire process for the past 4 years. But once you have that contracted, obligated, spending it down the road, it should be easier. Again, the percentage-wise, it seems very high, but everything is obligated. Departments know what to do, and we are all hoping that this will be spent down.
Okay, everything's obligated. Is everything contracted?
Yes, so obligated means everything is contracted.
Okay, so with it all being contracted out, what is the next, step for it to be spent? If it's contracted, that means somebody has a contract from the city to do the work, correct?
Yes.
And why the work's not happening?
So there are different reasons for each department, and that's where each department would be able to respond to their own slowdown. But yes.
Okay, so each department already has contracts in place, but for various reasons, there's the work has still not been done in some of these departments.
Correct. Everyone, and in the December's meeting, and CDA and SODC can explain today, but everyone will point out those issues.
Gotcha. Last question before I toss it back over. have you guys looked at where other cities, I guess, and each city is unique, different population and different systems in the way they do contracts and procurement and all of that. Have you looked at other cities of where they are with spending their ARPA funds and where we are with spending our ARPA funds?
We have. We are not on the top of the list, but we're towards the bottom. But again,
And when you say towards the bottom, that mean bottom like we haven't spent?
yes, correct. So it really depends, like if you compare with city, municipality, dollar amounts, but there really are some cities and municipalities that below us, so I wouldn't say we're the bottom of the list, so, and we still have some time.
Yeah, and like I said, I know all cities and their processes are different in population, so I don't know if that's the best analogy to try to figure out, but I would just hope. Usually Missouri is always at the bottom of like teacher pay and all these other stuff. I would hope St. Louis, not being at the very bottom, but somewhere towards the bottom, can figure out how to get to the top with spending these ARPA funds. So, and if you could provide maybe that chart to us of like where we rank with other cities, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, we can work on getting something to you. The last time we looked at that information, that data set, the information that Treasury provides was almost 6 to 9 months behind. So that was the data set. We have more current information. So that's where we go to find out what other cities we can compare ourselves to.
Thank you. Thank you for the work you guys doing.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Vice Chair Sanya.
First, just want to thank you all and whoever else had a hand in putting together all of this information for us and laying it out. I can only imagine what a task it is to track all of the dollars and all the contracts and all of the obligations to compile that. And I can, to my knowledge, as a city, we've never had to do that for this amount and capacity of funds. So just thank you for you all's work on that. Some of my questions might be more department specific. I'm glad that CDA is here because I see that they have the largest percentage of what is unspent. So I think that's for them. I guess I just wonder, is there anything that you all would highlight to us or would bring our attention to, given your work to put this together, given that we have 40% of funds remaining? Is there anything that you think that we should be aware of? Anything that we can do to be helpful? Are there any concerns that you have about getting the money out, or have you started conversations about the contracts that are obligated, things are moving slow, or those departments at capacity and they maybe need to put the money into something else? Just anything that you all have along those lines. I think I share a little bit of the Alderman from the 14th concern about just, is this a realistic timeline that we're looking at here? Because honestly, what's in front of me, it does not seem like a realistic timeline able to get the other 40% out, but I'm sure that there's like very specific projects. I'm not sure what the breakdown is. So I think any context, is it really one part? Is there large projects that we're waiting on for some of the 40% where one of them is like 10% that will get it out? Just anything you can share along those lines in context of that.
Well, I think it obviously will be a challenge to spend down the remaining 40% over the next 13, 14 months, essentially, right? Because we don't have the November numbers included in here yet, but it's not impossible to do that. We've kind of identified on the pie chart that is kind of up on the slides now, which kind of show where the biggest dollar amounts are that we need to work down. So for instance, like under BPS, we know that they're in really good shape. They're that orange slice of pie there for.
Can you get a little closer to the mic?
Yeah, the BPS is, they have $37.7 million, or the orange slice of pie on the chart there. I'm very comfortable that they're going to be able to spend that piece down fully. So we are having bi-weekly meetings now with all of the 8 departments that are really representing that pie where all the funds are yet to be spent, to make sure that they're working with their subrecipients to get that spent down and identify if there are any risks so that we can address those risks and find out what opportunities we have, if possible, under the guidelines to reallocate those funds. But it's very strict as to what those allocations are on moving those funds, but we are having biweekly meetings with these departments to make sure that we're moving that along.
Do you have a timeline? Is there a date set that we have a year? So do you think at the 6-month mark is when you think it'll be time to take a hard look at some of the obligations and reworking that? Or what is that marker for when it'll be, okay, at this point, we absolutely, whatever's remaining, we will have to take a strict look at and figure out how we can go about reworking those obligations?
Well, I think we're taking that hard look now, and that's why we're having these meetings, because if funds do need to be reappropriated, we have the time to get that through the system, given how long it takes to kind of through.
We're taking a look now, but we're not having any specific conversations. So about like reworking obligations. So my question is, do you have a timeline in mind of when we would absolutely need to look at reworking some of the obligations? I think this is great because we're taking a look at like the funds and the flows and kind of getting an update. But is there a marker in mind as far as knowing that it's a year out? Once we get to this point, okay, we absolutely will have to look into having some specific conversations about the obligation of contracts.
Yeah, all the funds have to be spent by December 31st of 2026. We've directed all the departments that their spending should be completed by September 30th to allow for ample time to get those invoices processed and paid out through the system so that we don't run into any problems when we have to file that final report. So we're looking to have, these funds spent by the end of September. So that's, 10 months away.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Cone, did you have any? Okay. All right, we can move forward. Oh, did you have
Thank you for the presentation and the data. I really do appreciate how you've laid this out. It's easy to understand and a little easier to understand exactly what needs to be done in the future. I think my colleagues covered most of my questions, but I think I do have some questions specific for departments, but I did want to thank you for the work. And I suppose my only comment would be that diligence as we go forward is important, right? Because I don't want to hear excuses for why the money wasn't spent if we hit that deadline and it wasn't spent. I want to know that we're in a place where we spent every single penny because I don't want to give money back to the federal government, and I especially don't want to give money back to this federal government. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the same purpose we have. We do not want to return a single penny. So we will do everything we can to ensure that every single dollar will be spent.
Thank you, and please know that if there's anything that any of us can do to support you all in the work, which is why I asked if you need, what do you need, right, to help get through this, please use us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Director Milberg said we were going with SLDC first. Director Milberg, did you say SLDC first, or which one did you? Okay. All right, so we'll recognize now SLDC. Okay. She deserves that. So. And take a deep breath. Come on back in. We appreciate your patience in this meeting. So whenever you're ready to begin, you can raise your right hand. Swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
Okay. And whenever they get the presentation started, or if you want to begin, please proceed.
Hi. I think it's okay. I think for time's sake, I can just start. Great. So my name is Lorna Alexander. I'm the Senior VP of Program Administration and Compliance for St. Louis Development Corporation. St. Louis Development Corporation received $108 million from the ARPA funds awarded to the City of St. Louis. All of those funds were passed through the Community Development Administration. And with those funds, we stood up 13 programs that deal with various economic development activities. Once the slides get started, we can start with those programs. But I think what I wanted to get clear is the expenditures we are reporting today are our actual expenditures. So SLDC, as a subrecipient, not a city department, the funds were advanced to us per contract. And so we expend the funds, we report those expenditures on a monthly basis to CDA. CDA then draws the funds down from the comptroller's office. If there is time lapse between us reporting the expenditures and CDA reporting them to the comptroller's office, then our expenditure amount is going to look a little bit more than what is being reported by Navina and Jody, because they're pulling their information off the comptroller's Oracle records. I wanted to get clear on that. No slides yet. So with the 13 programs that we've entered in agreements with CDA, the first one, I can just get started, was a small business grant program. It was for $5 million. We initiated that program in 2022 and 23 it ended. And with that program, we were able to provide $5,000 grants to 900 small businesses throughout the city. So the expenditures on that $5 million is $4.6 million to date, with 4.5 of them going to the grants for the businesses. Our next program, one of our initial programs, is the Northside Economic Empowerment Center. Our initial contract with CDA for that program was for $1.6 million. It was to carry the Empowerment Center through 2024, and which it did. And so as of 2025, and at that time we thought that there would be enough development of the Monarch building, the King, that they could move into that facility. That has not happened, so we're still funding the program while they're at the Harrison Center, but their funding for 2025 is in our Monarch contract, which is a separate contract from their initial $1.6 million, which has been expended. I think there's maybe about $72,000 left that's been encumbered. We're waiting for approval to spend that for the lease at the Harrison Center. Next, we have the citywide housing program, where we initially spent $10 million up front for 2 large developments, the Tabernacle Hebert Homes, which is supposed to develop 20 homes, and Habitat for Humanity as well. Those development used new market tax credits, and so those funds went straight to the developers. They both have spent their $5 million apiece. And so in that program, the contract is $19,750,000, where we've spent $10,472,000. We've got $3 million allotted to infill housing in North St. Louis, where we've issued an RFP. We've got 2 responding developers, and a decision is going to be made on which one they're going to go with. And then those funds will be committed for the development of those 10 infill housing projects. Then we have $2.5 million for our Scale Up STL. That's a revolving loan program for small businesses. It's taken a while to get that program up and running, but we have had 140 businesses complete the questionnaire in line, saying they're interested in receiving a low-interest loan. So with the program, the ARPA funds cannot be part of the principal being loaned, but they could subsidize the lower interest rate for the loans that are going to be made by the credit union. So if the credit union, and this is the St. Louis Community Credit Union, so if their interest rate is normally like 8%, we're coming in, we're going to subsidize it so that the interest rate to the businesses is 4%. And so that program, as I said, it had 140 businesses complete the questionnaire. We then sent out a more detailed assessment for those businesses. 26 of them have completed the more detailed assessment, and we're now reviewing those for grant eligibility, along with, we're working with Kevin Wilson of the Small Business Economic Center to look at them. He's consulting with the credit union to work with the businesses for credit worthiness. So we're thinking of this 26 group, maybe $800,000 will be used for interest subsidies. The next one on our list is the Mobilize STL. We're waiting any day to get approval to sign a contract with RISE CDC. They will be the fund manager for the Mobilize STL. It is for construction contractors and suppliers, right on time with helping these contractors who can then bid on the jobs, as part of the tornado recovery. So we're really excited about that, and once we get that contract signed, we believe that there have been 60 businesses who completed the questionnaire of that program. We can then start working with them on the types of low-interest loans or forgivable grants. That program has $500,000 that they'll use as forgivable grants as well. And this will help the small contractors bid on jobs and then to be able to carry the payroll of their workers. As you know, government jobs, the money coming in for reimbursement is slow. So we'll help them with that. Then on the third page, there are what we call LCRA's proactive development. That's their land and assembly program where they're buying properties. So to date, LCRA has bought 12 parcels. They are in negotiations for 4 more, and they have another 12 targeted as well. With the parcels they have purchased, we removed the underground storage tank on Virginia, and there is a RFP out for a demo and remediation of another one of the parcels. The report from our SVP on that program is that they plan on issuing an RFP in the early part of 2026 to stabilize and do some improvements on the parcels already purchased and those they will purchase. So of that $10 million, well, it's $13.5 million. Approximately, let's see, 4.5 million has been spent. We also have a LRA, Proactive Development Program, where our major projects team targeted 2 parcels, Club Imperial and the Wellston Loop. They've had 2 site condition assessment done on each. It's completed. And in the beginning of 2026 as well, they will look at what's the future for those 2 parcels under that program. It's a $4.5 million contract that we have with CDA for the program, and to date, we've spent about $500,000 of it. We have a digital equity fund that's $2.3 million. Of that $2.3 million, there are 3 learning centers and 3 of our recreation facilities, Marquette, Walls, and Tandy. They're reporting that they have assisted 2,784 households with digital equity learning. Of that contract, of the $2.3 million, we have spent $488,000, almost $500,000. We also have a down payment assistance program that was $3.8 million. We've spent $2 million of it. With the $2 million, we've provided down payment assistance to 40 low and moderate income households for first-time home buyers to buy their first homes all across the city. We also have our LRA beautification program, which is $6.5 million. Of that, we've spent $4 million. And with that program, they are ending their 2nd season of cutting and debris removal of the LRA lots. They have 6 mowing contractors under contract, and those contracts do not terminate until September 2026. So those contractors will be on board come January once again to start cutting those lawns and maintaining them. Let's see. Then we have our Monarch acquisition operations on Martin Luther King, the old Killark Electric property. The contract is $8.75 million right now. We spent $4.1 million, and that includes the $2 million for the acquisition of the property, some stabilization. It requires 24/7 security. A lot of funds are going out for the security of the building. From reporting from our major projects team, the property was purchased. They're modifying design and stabilization for LRA's crew to move into the building and for the repair of the main structure. Fundraising is needed for the vision of turning this into, developing it into a workforce development center. So there's funds that are needed more than what's in this contract currently. We have, and finally, the infamous North City Small Business and Nonprofit Grant Program for $37 million. To date, we've spent $10 million, and the $10 million has mainly been spent on the capacity building grants for folks who took advantage of the online technical assistance and those that spend time with Grow America to have financial assessments done. So that part of the program is complete. Our contract with Grow America, who was providing those services, ended June 30th, 2025. In that program, 78 businesses received a $15,000 stabilization grant. 152 businesses received $5.2 million in operational expansion grants, and one of the community enhancement grants, Foster's Funeral Home, closed with a $1.7 million award. So we're looking forward and working with the community enhancement side of that grant. We initially awarded $23 million in conditional awards to 45 businesses. After vetting those businesses, vetting the viability of their project. Some of them rescinding, we had to rescind some of the grants, some of the businesses withdrew. So we're down to 26 businesses that are viable. They're currently in the legal document drafting phase that we're hoping to close on all of them by the end of December with CDA's approval, which we are preparing the package for CDA to. With that being said, left in that $37 million, the $7 million from the rescissions and the withdrawals, along with extra funds closing out the other components of the projects, there's $9 million. With that $9 million, we have identified 31 finalists for what we're calling round 2 of the community enhancement projects. They attended a workshop earlier today with us, so they could get a heads up on all the documentation requirements, all the vetting requirements. So the road isn't as long because we don't have the time for it as long as it was when we did the conditional awards in 2024. So we learned our lesson with that, and we're being proactive in identifying who the businesses are, what's needed before we take them to any board or substantial awards or grant advisory committee or SLDC board for approval. And so overall of our 13 programs of $108,675,000, we have spent $43,413,200. Open to any questions you may have. Now, before you have questions, Noel has a big, beautiful presentation that we're included in, but the administration wanted SLDC, because we're receiving so much money, just to give a high-level overview of the programs that we have.
Thank you so much for this. So just a quick question I would have then is, of what's reflected in the pie chart that CDA having this larger unspent funds by debt number, are your funds captured in that?
I don't think all of our funds are captured in there.
Okay.
So of CDA's $180 million, we're 108 of that.
Mhm.
We have spent $43 million.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Alderman Cone.
Hello. Can you just go over the numbers for the Northside Economic Small Business Grant Program?
The numbers of the expended funds?
Just where things stand today. You mentioned the expended funds,
So
but you also talked about the program. There's several businesses, small businesses, that are in the legal paper stages, I believe is how you phrase that. So what's the total allocation that they're going to be granted, and how much of that pot would be left over based off of those?
Right. So the program's allocation was $23 million. That's what we awarded in conditional awards to 45 businesses back in June of 2024. Of those 45 businesses, 26 of the projects and the businesses have been determined to be viable, right? Those 26 businesses have been approved by all the boards, and right now there are legal documents required in the closing of these funds. So they have to enter into a beneficiary agreement, a dispersing agreement, a LORA for the land use, there's restrictions on it, and the deed of trust. Those legal documents have been drafted for those 26 businesses for $16 million. So the original allocation for community enhancement was $23 million. So that left us $7 million left. And with the closeout of the smaller program, there was another $2 million. So there's $9 million left that we use to fund what we're calling round 2 of the small business grant program, community enhancement, facade improvement programs. So in that round two, who all the folks came to a workshop today, there are 23 facade projects, and there are 8 what we're calling major projects that equal that $9 million.
And what's the likelihood that they're going to be able to spend that 9 million? Because this program was one of the first programs to, get established through, I believe, the second kind of tranche, if you will, of appropriations. So, and it's probably had some of the most hiccups along the way as well. What's the likelihood that they're going to be able to spend that 9 million in the next 11 months?
Length of the program and how long it's took, it's a lot of things. Change of leadership at SLDC, change in administration, all these things cause pause for new people to come in and get acclimated about the program, and if they were given their thumbs up to continue with it, 1. 2, because they are new programs, you learn as you go on. So we made those initial conditional awards. We shouldn't have. We shouldn't have fell to public pressure and had taken our time initially. We've learned that lesson. We are vetting this new round of businesses now, so we believe it'll go a lot quicker. We know it will. But I think the best news is that unlike other grant programs like block grant programs that I'm more familiar with, we don't have to have a completed project as of December 31, 2026. You have to spend our money in the project. And so how we're coaching the businesses as they create their budgets, you put our money up first in the lines that are going to go out first. And then we can meet our expenditure deadline. We still have to monitor the project to completion, but the project doesn't have to be complete December 31st, 2026. Our funds have to be expended. So that's why all the vetting up front to make sure they have funding commitment from their other sources, all of that's taking place because our money's going in first and it's coming out first to meet the expenditure deadline, but we still need to see a finished project.
But out of the 9 million that would be left over, for this kind of next round of, it sounds like we're going to focus on facades for the second round. So how many businesses are going to be in the applicant pool? How many do we anticipate will go through the actual application process?
We've already got our funding recommendations for round 2. And the people are in round 2 because they were businesses that applied initially. And then based on some error, whether with the geocoding of a headquarters address versus a site address, that happened. For whatever reason, when they got their notice that they were unsuccessful and we invited them to have a one-on-one debriefing with Lance Knuckles, Lance did all the debriefings, he determined that they did have a successful phase 1 and phase 2 score. Phase 1 meaning they were geocoded and had a 65 and above score to go to phase 2. Phase 2 was that they looked at the project, it seemed viable, that they could go to phase 3 for funding consideration. So it was a pool of 58 businesses. And of those 58, we are funding 31. Well, we're recommending funding 31. If they're vetted, they have been vetted, but if their project can be vetted as well. Because a lot of them ask for $1 million. We might be giving them $100,000. Do you have a project for $100,000? If it's just a facade, you probably do. Instead of having to, wanting to replace your windows and your doors and your roof, maybe you can only replace your windows. That's a project.
So out of the 58 in the pool, 31 have been selected. And then that 31, does that represent the full 9 million, or is there still going to be funds remaining after?
No funds remain.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Otherwise, thank you for the, presentation. I know Noel is also on deck to.
Beautiful presentation.
I try to refrain from using that terminology nowadays, but yes, the large presentation that I'm sure he'll give us very succinctly. Wink, wink. he already prefaced it by saying he's not going to be succinct, so I'm kind of poking fun here. But thank you for the updates. I do appreciate it, and I don't have any further questions. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Alderwoman Keys?
She's not online.
Okay. Alderman Brownie?
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation and the information. I was just looking through the slides, which I've had trouble getting up here on the screen today, but thankfully were provided to us by the mayor's office ahead of time, and that is very helpful. Curious about just several categories where it feels like we barely got it started spending the money. And I'm just going to pick a couple examples, but these are by no means like representative. For instance, the Digital Equity Fund, $2.3 million, only about $500,000 has been spent so far. Just taking that as an example, can you explain a little bit about what the Digital Equity Fund is and how that money could be spent, seeing as how we haven't spent really even half yet, how that could be spent out before the deadline next year?
So though we haven't spent half, and I don't know if Simon is online, however, of the $2.3 million, he has 3 contracts that I believe are over half of his allocation amount for the digital equity, the front desk. He would have to tell you what the contracts are, but there are for people providing services to the program. So there are 3, what I do know, there are 3 learning centers, right? And 3 of the recreational centers throughout the city. And so there's front desk help. They are now buying devices for another part of the program to teach people how to get on the internet. So those devices, I think we just got approval from CDA, from T-Mobile to acquire those devices. Simon ensures us that he will have the money spent. But I think the bulk of it is with these 3 consulting contractors for different aspects of the program.
Okay, so that's where we're talking about. We have contractors lined up, but the money just isn't door yet. Okay. There's several categories here. They're not exactly detailed out, but they're LCRA and 2.5 million, 0 spent, 1 million, or actually 999,182.
So all of that,
none spent. All of that is a contract that's out.
$0.5 million
Okay.
pot. And I don't know why it's broken down this way. I think it's broken down this way on Treasury system and maybe for different KPIs. Oracle setup. It's an Oracle setup. And so, but they're all together on that one page. They all go together for $13.5 million. And that's where they've already acquired 12 properties. They have 4 in negotiations, and they're targeting 12 more properties. So Rob Orr assures us that they will spend the money in holding costs as well.
Okay, and I hope you don't mind me drilling down a little bit, but this is the chance we have to ask these questions. Another page, I'm looking at affordable housing, the SLDC housing development pool, 2.5 million budgeted there, 0 spent. What's going on with that? And again, can you describe a little bit more about what that is and maybe where the hang up is in getting that money out the door?
So we're talking about the scale up STL. No?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
What page is it on?
I want to say page 3 of the presentation. It's the first item, affordable housing, SLDC housing development pool.
I see LCRA.
It is the page before LCRA.
And it's 2.5 million? I'm not.
It's on the same page as the KillArc project. I'm
it's
looking
on
at the slides that they sent us this morning. I mean,
So I see KillArc for 8 point, on the last page.
this one.
I see the 2.5 for the LCRA proactive.
Oh, it's mysteriously missing from this handout. Well, we can circle back to that. So what I'm hearing from you overall, though, is that a lot of these are just contracts that it's taken some time to get done, but the dollars are expected to be out the door. And I think you can understand our concern that because SLDC makes up a large part of the CDA funds and a large part of the unspent funds so far, that this is an area that draws attention in that where we want to make sure that that money is getting out. And I don't want to belabor the Northside Grant Program, but I do have concerns that it's taken so long, because the money was supposed to help people that were hurt by the pandemic. And at this point, if I was hurt by the pandemic and I didn't get money, I'm closed. Like,
So we did help 400 businesses.
yeah.
We just have not begun the larger real property improvement projects.
Okay.
And again, those announcements were made in June 2024 for those conditional awards. Folks who were supposed to be vetting the businesses, vetting the projects, it was new to everybody. And so what I have is grant experience. When you have folks who have a lot of other kind of development experience, but no grant experience, you think you're further down the road and getting them to completion and ready to close. But once someone comes in to review it from the compliance side, you got to put up, whoa, wait a minute, we got to do this, we got to go back and do that. So.
Yeah, and I understand that when you're working with people, it does take some time. That there's individual situations that are sometimes more complicated, but that's where I think that what we saw with the confusion of that program, the initial vetting, and I'll call it an initial failure of vetting, because I think we can all agree that there was some real. I'll just say that the money was not going where it should have been initially, and now we've kind of had to play catch up. Do you feel like we're on pace to finally get some of these funds out to where they're going? And in this case, are we just really only on the facade portion at that point, or is the other portion finished? Can you?
All the smaller grants, the capacity building grants are finished. The stabilization grants where the businesses opted out of the competitive programs and said, we'll just take $15,000 to stabilize our business. That's completed. We spent $1.1 million for 78 businesses. For the operational expansion grants, where the amount of your grant was based on the number of full-time equivalent employees you had at the end of 2023. So those grants, they ranged from $25,000 for 5 and under. And so a lot of the businesses received the $5,000 grant, $25,000, I'm sorry, because they were a sole proprietor, or they might have had one part-time person. So, or if between 5 and 10 employees, 6 and 10 employees, you got $50,000. So they had to prove to us that they did in fact have that many full-time equivalent employees. So, you can put anything on an application, but when we say, let me see your payroll records, it looks a little different. So those took a little bit more time, but we've spent $5.2 million on 152 businesses that got from a $25,000 grant to a $100,000 grant for operation expansion. So it's these construction grants right now that we're paying particular attention to, that we got to get it right. before we close on them. But what we've done with the facade grants in particular, because they're the smaller businesses, just trying to get storefront improvements, facade improvements, we issued an RFP with an Accurate Dispersing was a successful respondent. And so Accurate Dispersing is going to disperse the funds on all these smaller grants. So I mentioned we had an informational workshop today, Next Step Forward. Accurate was there to say, here's what we're going to need from you, your paid list. We'll come out, we'll look at your project before it gets started, what each of your contractors are going to do. So we're putting all these systems in place, and they take time. And normally you create a program and then you go out and you ask for money. In this particular case, with this $108 million, the money, because it was an urgent need, right, to respond to the pandemic, it was like, here's $108 million, create some programs to make this work. And so that takes time. We make mistakes, but yes, absolutely, I believe we're on the right track.
No, and I'm glad you brought up the pandemic, because that is really what this comes back to, right? Like the whole reason we got this money in the first place is to help people recover, to help the city and help the people of this city recover from the pandemic. And so that's where we need to keep our focus, I think, and not just see this as money that needs to be spent, but what it needs to be spent on is helping these people that were hurt and now may even have been hurt again by a natural disaster. So on that note, is there anything that we've spent money on so far that you've seen get damaged by the May tornado?
And so at the workshop this morning, before I came over there, that was a question we asked all the finalists, and two business owners responded. One has insurance, and so half his roof blew off, but the insurance company is going to replace the roof. So his request for us for new windows and doors still remains. It's still a viable project.
Okay, that was my concern. You know, I know we tried to route a lot of this money to North City, and then we saw a natural disaster hit primarily North City, and so would hate to see some of that money get, blow away in that tornado. But I think the last question I'll just say, and it's more of a just request, is that going forward, we'd love to see some success stories out of this. We'd love to see some more granular data, or just some select examples of things that were successful, like we just saw with the RETAF program, where they kind of were able to tell us how many families they helped and what the demographics looked like breaking down, and maybe geographically where this is being spent. All that kind of data would be helpful. I know we're focused on the money right now, but I think results are something that a lot of people are looking to see, and it would give us a lot of hope to be able to see those results in the future.
Absolutely, so noted.
Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. So out of the, how much would you say is not spent from the SLDC? I know it goes through CDA, but that is not spent, and do you feel confident that that money will get out the door before next year?
I am confident. So let's say 65 million has not been spent. We've spent 43 million. We've spent 40% of our funds. Of that 65 million, the 16 and the 925 million will be those North City real property improvements. Many of them at $100,000 a pop, but there are some larger projects in there, like AMEC is $2 million. In our group today, the Omega Center is going to be a recipient. Mission St. Louis is going to be a recipient with larger amounts. So I'm confident. They're ready to go. They've been waiting on us. But we do monthly check-ins, so let me say that. And so Otis Williams, our interim director, he wants all of the businesses from round one, the $16 million, the 26 businesses, he wants those loans closed, or those grants closed by the end of this year. I think we can make at least 3/4 of that.
Okay. And I know you say you spent about 40% of it. It leaves about like 60. Is, I guess, that remaining percent that needs to be spent, are those like commitments from these bigger dollars that you're talking about that will be spent with some of the contracts that are obligated?
So 25 million are the bigger dollars on these contracts of Mission St. Louis, the ones I just mentioned. Once our scale up, we're moving on our scale up program where there's 2.375 million in loans. Those are businesses that have been waiting for us to move the program for over a year. So the credit unions are on board. We do believe we can make those low interest loans. Same with Mobilize St. Louis, it's 1.375 million, where we'll provide the funding to the contractors that hopefully can get some of the work in the North City recovery. So we do believe that's going to happen. And then our major projects team with the 13.5 million for the proactive development, they believe that they will spend those funds. I'm just securing the Railway Exchange building is $30,000 a month until we can move on it. So these are huge ticket prices that are going to move. They're going to spend the money and it's going to move the projects. I feel comfortable.
And just bringing that up, what are we doing with the Railway Exchange building?
Whew. So I'm high level, right? So
Yeah, you could.
we're holding it right now. That's all I know. We're trying to hold it. We're getting ready to board up the second floor windows in the building. Other than that, what the future development plans are, I would leave that to our major projects.
Gotcha. The St. Louis city-wide housing, you touched on this. I think you said we gave it to 2 people about $5 million. And what's the plan for the remaining $9 million?
So 3.25 million is for the infill housing in St. Louis, where we asked for different kinds of designs for the infill housing to the new construction of 10 homes. And so 3.25 million is for that. We issued the RFP. They've got 2 respondents. They're going to select one of those folks to do, the developers to do that infill house. There was also going to be some money for rehabs of Prop NS properties, and it's not looking good, right? And so with that 3.25 million, we're having discussions of whether or not we can move that over to down payment assistance, because that money goes like really quickly. We're able to give up to $50,000 in down payment assistance for first-time home buyers if they're buying a home on a qualified census tract, $40,000 if not. So we are looking at where there seems to be areas where we may not spend the money, how we could repurpose it.
Got you. And this has been answered, but I just wanted in like elementary terms, because this is a sexy a topic everybody want to talk about, is the Northside Corridor grant. And I'm sure it'll probably be written about from somebody. Somebody. Out of the Northside Corridor grant, how many businesses just solid has been helped?
How many businesses have been helped? So for capacity building, that's the technical academy or the financial academy, or both, 236 businesses have been helped for $967,000. For stabilization, 78 businesses. Now, those could be the same business. You could get a stabilization grant and also get technical assistance. If for expansion, 152, so we're at 220, over 400, near 450 businesses.
And that may be a little high because, like you say, the stabilization.
Yeah, they could be the same people.
Okay, so 400 to 300 businesses. And what is the goal with the remainder funds to help more businesses? And how many businesses do you plan to help with the remainder funds?
So with the remaining funds, it's going to be 25 from the first round because we funded one Foster's, the funeral home. So there were 26 successful businesses in round 1 for the $16 million. We funded one for $1.7 million. So there's 25 left. And then there's 31 in round 2, right? So that's 56. So 56 businesses which will improve the appearance of the neighborhoods, because these are all facade improvements and new construction or major rehabs of buildings.
Okay. That's all the questions I got.
Vice Chair Sanya.
I'll just start by saying thank you. I know that the work is not easy, and I've gotten to see as a SODC board member you all pivot when we ran into issues with the Northside Business Program, and I actually support you all's approach. I think it's more important to make sure that we get it right, that we're getting the proper documentation, we're doing the proper verification, as opposed to rushing and getting money out the door and having, other issues play out. So I appreciate you all for going back and doing that work and finding what those gaps are, being honest about those gaps and doing what it takes to fix that rather than, just kind of making excuses or not taking accountability. So I appreciate that. I think a lot of my questions have kind of been asked and answered. I did just want to say on the record that I think that SODC is an interesting entity, and I think one of the best positions entity to get money out, because a lot of times the work that you are doing, you're simply contracting it out. You alluded to that earlier, but whereas the process is a bit more tedious with kind of other city departments, and sometimes we have internal processes, a lot of times you guys, once you get it vetted for who it's going to and the contractor is approved, you simply just have to get the money to them and it's on them to execute the project. So I think it makes sense that you all do it, and I don't have as much hesitancy about you all's ability to get the funds out as I do about some of the other departments' cautiousness about that. I will just hold some of my specific questions. I think I don't want to belabor the point. I share the same concerns that the Alderman of the 9th and the Alderman of 14th, just that some of these programs, there are still a lot of dollars to get out the door. Some of them are not 50% spent. But again, I feel like I have a little bit of unique familiarity with you all's processes, the belief that you can get it out. So I just look forward to us remaining in conversation. I look forward to you all making sure that you continue to do your due diligence, proper vetting and verification. And I'll say with the Northside Business Program, I think all these programs, the affordable housing, the Northside Business Program, but I just think it's really imperative that we get these things right, because I would hate for a narrative later on to be like, this is why we shouldn't do programs like that. This is why we shouldn't help disinvested communities. This is why we shouldn't put resources there, because look at what happens when the city does. So I think that makes it all the more important that we do our due diligence and do that proper verification, because I really don't want to hear that later. And if I hear it later, I want to be able to point to this program and the successful outcomes of it to say, no, you're wrong. This is good for us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I just wanted to add that though this is pandemic money, but on the north side, these are businesses, whether they did not have a direct effect from the pandemic, Treasury said they are disproportionately impacted because of the years of disinvestment. And so that's why it's so important to us not to give up. I had a board member say to me, Lorna, you're still there? Why don't you just retire again and leave all this alone? It's important to me that we try to get this right and try to get these funds to these businesses. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Lorna. I'm going to pass it over to Vice Chair Sanya.
We have Alderwoman Boyd with her hand.
I say publicly that I want to thank Noel Pfeffer for all his years of service, not many. They were important, they were targeted. His philosophies, his dedication, I so appreciate him, and I'll miss you.
Ms. D, my stand, Alderwoman Boyd has a question. I'm not sure if it will, but it may. Alderwoman Boyd, you've got the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for being there, CDA. I guess my question is, because I am also concerned about the North Quarter grant, because a lot of organizations are really frustrated because they keep being, I don't even know how to put it. They'll fill out their forms, turn in their documents, and then they'll come back and say, now you need something else, or now you need something else. So I understand you all have new people, you're trying to get that process in place. But my question is, have you gotten that process in place where people don't feel so frustrated, one, and then two, if it's a grant, why are we using guidelines and having restraints on them in regards to their property and things like that if it's a grant?
I'm not quite understanding what.
So from my understanding, I'll give a perfect example. One organization, at first it was a 100-year lien on their property for their grant. And my question was, how are we doing putting a lien on somebody's property? And it's a grant. Isn't this a grant that people are getting, the North Quarter grant?
Yes, and I'll let Noel respond to those questions as our oversight agency in ensuring that we are compliant with that part of it.
Yeah. So thank you for that question, Alderwoman Boyd. My name is Noel Pfeffer. I lead the city's Community Development Administration. The short answer to your question is that 2 CFR 200 3.316 requires any property acquired or improved with federal funds to be held in trust for the beneficiaries of that program. And so all that means is that, again, there's going to be a land use restriction on this property improved with federal funds, requiring the beneficiary of the program, the grantee, to use it in accordance with the purposes that they applied for the grant for.
And so is it realistic to put 100-year lien on that property?
It should not be a 100-year lien, and I'm happy to look into that. I'll share that we have yet to.
No, you all came back and lowered the lien, so that's what I'm saying. I understand. Lorna said that you all are trying to get it right. So was that a part of you all trying to correct the process to make sure you don't go back that way again?
Yeah, I really defer that question to the city councilor's office in terms of what the requirement is, but what we understand is that the property does need to be held in trust. And so we adjusted that downwards because a 99-year lien is not required, but the city councilor's office has taken the lead preparing these legal documents.
Okay, and so if they have, so the documents that you have them fill out, and then once they fill them out, then you have them go back and come up with some more documents, so you don't have one thing in place for them to do checks and balances?
I want to be clear that CDA has not directly administered the North City Grants Program. So CDA.
Yeah, I don't, you could pick up the mic.
Yeah. So I can't speak in detail to what SLDC has required grantees to provide, but we are looking forward to receiving those files and draft legal documents for our review so that we can move forward those community enhancement grants soon. I will note that to date, aside from the about 400 grants which Ms. Alexander referred to, which have been paid out, CDA has not received any of those proposed grant agreements for the community enhancement program and the $23 million. So once we receive those and are able to review those, I'll be able to comment on that in more detail, or my successor will.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Alderwoman.
Y'all got another packet for you guys?
Yeah.
Yes, Kevin Ellison on our team is, or I guess the Board of Aldermen staff is bringing around our presentation as well as a table. I can't see what that is.
You already gave us this one.
Yes, that presentation is correct. We have 3 materials that I'll be going over. One is the slide deck, but then the other is 2 tables. One is a summary table of all CDA projects, and another is a detailed table of every single CDA contract. And what you'll see in each of these tables is the following information. It'll have the appropriation of funds. It'll have the amount of funds that have been advanced. Because I want to be very clear. while it's true that Oracle is tracking about $63 million in CDA expenditures, that's not to say that the remaining funds are in city accounts. Of CDA's $189 million in funds that we are administering, $132 million of those have been advanced. And then $91 million is what we are tracking in expenditures. As Lorna explained, Oracle lags significantly behind reality in terms of expenditures for a variety of reasons, including the fact that it is a newer system that we are still working to operationalize in government, but also because we have advanced $132 million. Those beneficiaries and subrecipients will often spend those funds, report that to us, and then we have to report that into Oracle, and then the comptroller's office has to approve it before it logs in Oracle. So one way you can think about this is that SLDC or the Regional Arts Commission or the FQHCs that we're funding may all incur expenses, but then they may take a week or two to report those to CDA, or actually it may take a month or a quarter because our beneficiaries report on a quarterly basis. So it may take a quarter after they have incurred the expenses and actually spent the money for that to reach CDA. It may take our team a few weeks to input that into Oracle, and it may take the comptroller's office a few weeks to review it and approve it. And so for all these reasons, Oracle lags significantly behind reality. And whereas Oracle is showing about $63 million in expenditures, we at CDA are tracking over $90 million in expenditures. So that's just one thing to clarify. You'll also see, so as I mentioned, the appropriation, the advance, the expenditures, the Oracle expenditures. So we have both of those so you can compare. Then you'll also see the fund balance, which is what is literally in city accounts. And so we have about $45 million in city accounts total that have not been spent or advanced. And then you'll also see a projection for what we anticipate drawing down in Q4 of this year, Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4 of next year. And finally, you'll also note a projection of funds that may be available for reallocation, which we do identify a little under $5 million in funds, which may, I want to emphasize may, be available for reprogramming. I'm going to speak in a moment to what that reprogramming process could look like, but before I do, I want to just give you some very high-level figures. So I mentioned overall, CDA is administering $189 million in ARPA funds. I'll note that the difference between this figure and what Jody and Nevena presented of $180 million is made up of funds that have been awarded to CDA by other city departments. So essentially, the building division sent us $5.4 million for emergency stabilization of buildings, and the Department of Human Services sent us $4 million for affordable housing production. And both of these happened at the very end of 2024. Because one of the ways that we can obligate funds is pursuant to these intergovernmental agreements, and essentially both the building division and DHS were not in a position to fully obligate the funds, and so entered into an interagency agreement with CDA in order to obligate the funds. So that's the $189 million total. Of those, as I mentioned, $91 million have been spent. $98 million remains to be spent. I also want to split that out between SLDC funds and other CDA funds. SLDC, as Lorna mentioned, was allocated $108.675 million. Of those, we are tracking actually about $45 million have been spent. Lorna reported the $43 million number, but actually numbers that we were going over based on SLDC's internal data yesterday show that $45 million figure is a little more up to date. SLDC has spent $45 million and has another $64 million roughly remaining to spend. The other CDA funds, approximately $80 million in other CDA funds, $45 million have been spent and $35 million remain to be spent. So we are tracking a little over 50% of non-SLDC CDA dollars spent down. I want to comment briefly on how ARPA funds can be reprogrammed, because I think that's really important information for the Board of Aldermen to be aware of. There's, generally speaking, two ways. One is that we can enter into what is called a replacement contract. And so what that means is essentially one contract isn't spending down money fast enough. Let's say and we've done this, let's say a housing development project was hit by the tornado and is no longer going to move forward. We can put that money into another project that has the same outputs. The key is it has to have substantially the same purpose and scope. So that's one way, is a replacement contract. And we can do that without a new appropriation, because at the end of the day, we're spending the money for the same purpose. The other way that Treasury guidelines allow us to reprogram funds is through the amendment of an existing contract. So let's say that we have a contract for food assistance, and they spent down those dollars in full, or RETAF, or rental assistance, or utility assistance, or any number of contracts that we have in place. And it doesn't have to be ARPA necessarily. CDBG is also an ARPA safe harbor. So if we have contracts that were entered into prior to 2024 and are spending down their funds quickly, what we can do is, so long as we don't change the scope and purpose of the project, for example, with rental assistance, we say instead of doing $3 million of rental assistance, we're going to do $10 million of rental assistance, but it's the same program, it's the same scope, it's the same purpose. We can amend that contract, but in most cases that will require a new appropriation, because we'll be talking about shifting funds from one purpose to another purpose that's different from what they were appropriated for. So that's just a little bit of background as to how we might go around about reappropriating and reprogramming funds. With that, I want to go through my presentation and really provide some detail as to each of our programs and their status. And I'll just go line by line and start with food assistance. Please follow along. This is the presentation that I'll be going through. And then this table has all the detail that you could want about every single contract. Or perhaps not all the detail, but enough detail to at least give you an idea of its status and risk. We do have a project status dial there, including green projects are fully deployed, blue projects are on track typically to fully deploy, yellow projects have significant risk, and red projects are off track. And you can also see in this list the funds potentially available for reallocation. So with that, let's start with food assistance. Sorry, is there a question?
Where is the table?
The table should be in the packet that you all received. Alderman Brownie is opening it here.
Okay.
And if you don't have a copy, Kevin on our team can get you one.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there
Got
we
it.
go.
Thank you.
Wonderful. And so basically, just to orient you to the two tables, this is a summary level table where each row is a line item that was appropriated by the Board of Aldermen. This is a detail table in which each line is a contract that has been executed. So with that, let's start with food assistance. Food assistance was appropriated to CDA back in August of 2021, and we entered into 6 contracts obligating $908,000. These funds have been almost entirely spent down. 3 organizations have spent them down in full, 100%. 2 organizations have $1,000, $2,000 left. 1 organization, Mission St. Louis, still has about $25,000 left, but has spent still about 70% of their funding. In any case, with this $900,000, these organizations provided over 200,000 meals to city residents, serving over 75,000 households. I think that it's really important to note, Alderman Browning, you asked for success cases or examples of impact. And here is one where for an average cost of just $4.50 a meal, we were able to provide immediate relief and feed hundreds of thousands, well, over 75,000 people, hundreds of thousands of meals. The next one that I'll speak to is home repair. With home repair, we have about $14,983,000. To help you reconcile the table and the presentation, I'm including here the $14 million appropriated initially in Ordinance 71393, as well as 983,000 in additional funds from Ordinance 71592 for historic home repair. But through these funds, we have repaired over 469 major home repairs and over 569 minor home repairs for a total of over 1,000 homes across the city repaired. We have again spent down the bulk of this funding. Of the 14 million appropriated in Ordinance 71393, about 12 million has been spent. About $1 million of that was delayed because it was originally committed to one contractor, BFW, that for various reasons was ultimately not able to do as much work as we had hoped. And so we did exactly what I described before of a replacement contract where we shifted $986,000 that was committed to BFW over to Mission St. Louis. And so we're just starting to get that $1 million rolling now. But we also have minor home repair awards to Mission St. Louis, Habitat for Humanity, Harambe, and Employment Connection. The Mission, Habitat, and Harambe projects are all on track. They've each repaired, Mission has repaired 380 minor repairs, Habitat has done 112, Harambe has done 77, but Harambe's are larger repairs and involve a lot of tuck pointing. Unfortunately, Employment Connection has not completed any repairs to date. They've been stretched really thin with a lot of different funding sources recently. And so while I understand that they are anticipating to do some work this winter, and in particular have procured some support to provide winter snow plowing support to families across the city, we do not anticipate that they will spend their funds down in full. And so approximately $200,000 may be available to reallocate there. We also have a contract with the Collector of Revenue's office, which we do anticipate spending down for property tax forgiveness, as mentioned earlier with the Real Estate Tax Assistance Program. And we do have 19 homeowners who are in the queue to receive that tax forgiveness today. As we move forward, I'll go on now to the federally qualified health centers. And here, essentially, this was a partnership between the city and the state, where each the city and the state committed about $13 million towards this effort. And the whole purpose, as we've talked about many times, the purpose of these funds are to respond to the negative economic and health impacts of COVID. And we've talked about that with food assistance. We've talked about 200,000 meals with 1,000 home repairs. And in part because the key thing to understand is that for ARPA compliance, individuals who are low to moderate income or who are in qualified census tracts are presumptively assumed to be disproportionately impacted by COVID. But in any case, investing in our health ecosystem was another key part of this equation. And so through these funds, which are about 50% spent down, specifically, we have $6.5 million in expenditures to date. Through these funds, we have repaired one health clinic, Affinia, at 2220 Lemp. We have two new health clinics currently under construction today. If you go out to 3830 South Grand or to 5635 Delmar, you'll see new clinics going up, People's Health Center on Delmar and Family Care on South Grand. And then finally, we have Care STL at 4400 St. Louis Avenue, which was hit by the tornado. Thankfully, they had not started construction yet, so they are still moving forward. That project is in the final stages of design. We just met with them actually yesterday, and they shared that they're at 95% design. They anticipate bidding out the project for a contractor by the end of this year, and they anticipate starting construction early next year and drawing down these funds. So this one is on track, and I think it's a great example of the long-term impact that ARPA funds will have with new health clinics across the city, including in the tornado-impacted zone. The next category is the Regional Arts Commission, which received about $10.5 million in ARPA funds. These really broke out into four categories of expenditures: operating support grants, which were large grants to nonprofits, but really primarily intended to replace income lost as a result of the pandemic. and these are fully spent down. Program support grants, which were intended to provide programmatic support to nonprofits that are designed to drive tourism. And this was also an eligible use of ARPA funds, was to support the tourism industry, which was really impacted by COVID. And then finally, and these funds are 98% spent down, 2.9 million out of 2.97 million. And then finally, artist support grants, 166 grants provided to artists at about 10 to 15,000 each. Again, designed to make up the income that they lost as a result of the pandemic. The St. Louis Mural Project, 28 murals across our city, which are all completed, and the St. Louis Film Project, 5 films that RAC invested in part to drive tourism and tell the story of St. Louis's arts sector. And then this RAC admin number that I've got actually in the presentation is out of date. I got a fresh admin number from RAC yesterday, and they're actually tracking approximately $600,000 in admin expenditures to date. Next, we have early child care programs. Our early child care programs were appropriated to CDA in 2 tranches. One was Ordinance 71393. These funds are spent down in full. Through the Mental Health Board, we provided 49 stabilization grants of up to $50,000 to 49 early child care providers across the city. You can see a map of where those were in the slide deck. Additionally, we were appropriated more recently approximately $1.8 million for early child care programs, in particular focused on supporting early child care educators and filling the gap, because one key constraint that the ecosystem is reporting is a dearth of qualified teachers, really high turnover rates. So we issued a RFP. We received various responses. We selected Beginning Futures, Child Care Aware, United for Children, Flance, Elmer Hammond, and Guardian Angel. And each of these are investing in teachers in different ways. At a high level, there's 2 categories. There's our beneficiaries. Those are Flance, Elmer Hammond, and Guardian Angel. They're investing in their own teachers, and they're all on track to spend those funds down in full to provide bonuses, raises, and even scholarships to their teachers to get continuing education. So there's about 30 teachers who are being supported through those awards. Additionally, 3 other partners, Beginning Futures, Child Care Aware, and United for Children, they propose to manage programs that would be open to teachers across the city. And so we are supporting Beginning Futures, is supporting 23 teachers receiving stipends, coaching, and support. Child Care Aware has awarded 54 scholarships for child care development associate degrees. And United for Children is managing an accreditation program as well as a scholarship program designed to help early child care providers get accredited. However, unfortunately, in part because we made these awards somewhat late in 2024 and got these contracts executed somewhat late in 2024, we do anticipate, in particular, some of our subrecipients, Child Care Aware and United for Children, not being able to spend down their funds in full. In fact, we had that conversation with Child Care Aware, who did let us know that they do not anticipate spending their funds down in full. And so we do estimate that there will be approximately $400,000 available to reprogram from Child Care Aware. Additionally, United for Children may, this is a question mark, but may not be able to draw their funds down in full as well. So we will keep an eye on that and keep you all updated. The next category we have is free public Wi-Fi. This is one of my very favorite programs that we ran. We issued that RFP back in December 2023. The basic idea was inspired by the Digital Equity Plan, but it was that internet access is a public utility. It's a human right in this day and age. But over 10,000 city households don't have internet subscription and internet access. And so we want to just create a public good here, where if you can go to any city park, ideally. We're doing 16 with this program, but you can go to any city park and access the internet and download whatever essential information you may need for healthcare, for education, whatever your need is. And so these free public Wi-Fi hotspots, and in fact, it's more than a hotspot. It's a mesh network that actually uses our fiber infrastructure as backhaul. These are up and running in 8 parks across the city. They're listed there: Amberg, Fox, Gravois, Gregory J. Carter, Ivory Perry, Loretta Hollow, Fallon, and Tillis. Actually, Ivory Perry got hit pretty hard by the tornado, so they're reinstalling there. And the MLK corridor. But thus far, in 2025 to date, we have logged over 99,000 hours on the network. Over 19,000 city residents have used this. Over 3.3 terabytes of data have gone through this mesh network, all leveraging, again, the city's fiber infrastructure. And I should note that this was a big whole-of-government effort involving the Streets Department, who helps manage the fiber, along with the Parks Department, who helped us prioritize parks and told us where we wanted to have this Wi-Fi, the Board of Public Service, who had to grant permits for everything, our team at CDA, who managed the procurement, and SLDC's digital equity team, who brought their expertise to bear as well in helping manage this program. And these funds are on track to be fully spent down as well, and we've spent about 50% of them to date, but they'll be fully spent down with this phase 2, which includes downtown and 8 additional parks. The next program is free public transit. The free public transit funds are 100% spent down. We leveraged this $250,000. Initially, we purchased 3,000 passes for a year from Bi-State for the year of 2022. Then, after discussions with Bi-State, seeing that we were only using about 1,000 passes a year, we decided to renegotiate that to make that 1,000 passes over the course of 3 years instead of 3,000 passes for 1 year. So that's been the agreement. Unfortunately, the program did end at the end of 2024. Although I don't know if Slate was able to identify other sources of funding to keep the program going, but the ARPA-funded program did end. But it helped thousands of youth for that period. Next, let me turn to our housing projects, which is a big chunk of funding and I think of particular interest in terms of both its impact and timeliness. And let me start by saying that our housing funds came to us from various sources. So the first funds that were appropriated to us for housing were in Ordinance 71592, and that was $6.5 million. Well, the appropriation, I'm giving you the appropriation less admin as it was amended in Ordinance 71864. But so that appropriation was $6.5 million. Of those $6.5 million, we obligated all of those, and we've spent approximately half. Specifically, those have gone to the Kings Highway Promenade. That's 4004 Kings Highway, which is currently under construction, and that's a vacant 4-family that's being rehabbed. To the Badenhofen Homes, 13 units, also rehab, and this one's 95% complete. It's one of my favorite projects. Tabernacle Rental Rehabs, 5 units, also over 50% complete. St. Louis Art Place, a new triplex, which you can go and check. And all of this, you can drive around and see the construction taking place. And that's what gives me a lot of confidence that these funds will be fully spent down, is that construction takes time to get going, but once it does, it draws down. And I've been signing off on draws every single day lately because there's just so much ARPA-funded construction going across the city. Other projects, I'm just going to continue going down the ones that were first obligated. Crossroads, $500,000, and then for many of these, we then provided a supplemental award as construction costs grew and as gaps emerged. So with Crossroads, we provided $500,000 initially, and then a supplemental $350,000 award. We did something similar with actually both Badenhofen and 4004 North Kings Highway, and all of this is detailed in the spreadsheet. Haven Recovery Homes, 10 units on South Broadway. Benton Park Place, this is one that's not yet under construction. I think they're sorting out some final zoning issues and will hopefully be able to start soon. But if worse comes to worse, we can also use these funds to fund their pre-development costs. Baden School, which just recently broke ground up in Baden, and we're very excited about. Clinton P, and that one we haven't seen a draw yet because we're prioritizing other sources, but that'll spend down very quickly in early 2026. Clinton Peabody, which is currently going through demolition. Again, you can go out there and see it, and it's spending down our funds quickly. And then we also then proceeded to award several vacant unit turns. And so those include Rise. We did 20 units originally, and then we did 33 more for a total of 53 vacant unit turns. We also had a few other vacant unit term program project ARPA funded, including 3 units in Carr Square that had been damaged by fire, 3 units Sanctuary in the Ordinary had, and 4 units for Horizon Housing. I will say that Horizon Housing originally applied for more units, but one of their buildings that the units were in on West Florissant was struck by the tornado and is therefore no longer viable. And so that is the only red one there is the 200,000 allocated for Horizon Housing, as well as approximately 51,000 where another Horizon Housing project is not, it will likely not spend down their funds in full. They initially applied for 5 units. We're doing 4 units. So there will be a little bit of extra funding there as well. As we keep going, there's also additional housing funds that we received. So I mentioned the $6.5 million. Then we made a lot of the supplemental awards out of the DHS $4 million because, as I mentioned, DHS was allocated funding for housing production that it was not able to obligate in time. And then finally, we also recently recaptured $3.25 million from SLDC. These funds had been sent to SLDC for the purpose, $4 million for the, so the Housing Development Fund that there was a question about earlier, I think I'll provide just a general architecture of here, if that's helpful, which is to say that initially it was a $20 million appropriation by the Board of Aldermen to SLDC, $20 million Housing Development Fund. And that was split with $2 million admin, $10 million for sale housing, $4 million 30% AMI projects, rental projects, and $4 million for LRA infill and rehab. Then the Affordable Housing Commission sent us $2.5 million in additional funds that they were unable to obligate by the end of the year. So we put that into the contract. So that $20 million became $22.5 million, which less the $2 million admin is $20.5 million. And that $20.5 million was split with $10 million for sale, $4 million 30% AMI, 6.5 million LRA. With that 6.5 split, 3.25 infill, new construction, 3.25 rehab. Then for the 30% AMI, 4 million, we saw that that was not getting spent down. There was one contract with Preservation Square for $750,000, which was moving forward. So of that 4 million, we recaptured 3.25 million. So everything except that Preservation Square one. We actually kept some of SLDC's projects. So SLDC had committed from that 4 million funding to Northside Heights, funding to Cornerstone. So we kept those projects, but then we also used the remainder for which was committed to projects that were no longer moving forward for supplemental awards, as I mentioned. So that's another source. Then the final 2 sources of housing funds that CDA is administering are $500,000 home ownership fund, which was committed to down payment assistance, in particular in the West End, to support West End Court 4 and 5. And finally, $2,045,000 of proactive development funds, which were committed to a variety of projects, including Elliott School, Benton Park Place, and various others. And these are all detailed both in the table as well as in the slides before you. Next, we turn to neighborhood beautification. Neighborhood beautification was a $13.5 million appropriation. $6.5 million was allocated to LRA. LRA has contracted with 6 contractors to maintain over 2,100 properties and has cut 16,000 parcels to date with these funds, and they are on track to spend them down in full. We also allocated $1.68 million to the Forestry Department, who bought 2 two-wheel loaders, 2 dump trucks, 4 roll-off trucks, 16 roll-off containers, and hook lifts for those containers, and is on track to spend these funds down in full as well. The Refuse Division used $500,000 to contract for illegal dumping services to pick up tires and other illegal dumping, and has spent the funds down in full, although I think they have $30 extra. Brightside spent the funds down in full to host 195 cleanup events with 3,500 volunteers and remove 1,900 instances of graffiti. And then we also allocated these funds to our neighborhood transformation program for neighborhood cleanup and mowing events. That includes North Newstead and Slaco, revitalization of Baden Association, Old North St. Louis Restoration Group, and Lewis Place. Here again, we have two types of programs. We have our beneficiary programs, Revitalization of Baden Association, Old North, and Lewis Place. Those are all on track to spend the funds down in full because they're just maintaining a small set of properties. Lewis Place 20, Old North 74, Revitalization of Baden, another number of properties, and they're on track to spend that. North Newstead and Slaco had different programs. Their programs were covered a larger geography and involved doing cleanups across the city or across that designated geography. Slaco, unfortunately, we uncovered serious compliance concerns in their operation, and so we have frozen that project. That's why it's red on your sheet, and we do expect those funds to be available for reprogramming. However, it'll ultimately be my successor's decision. Slaco has an amazing history. It's an extraordinary organization. But unfortunately, there were severe lapses in internal controls, which I think Slaco's leadership will acknowledge. And then at North Newstead Association, while they are doing a good job of spending down the funds, and we do think they're on track, there's also some risks, unfortunately, due to the financial risk and instability of the organization as a whole, although they have been wonderful from a compliance perspective and a great partner. In addition to those neighborhood cleanup and mowing programs, we also had a series of urban agriculture investments, including the Grow Health Center, which used the funds to purchase property at Kensington and Hodemont, and actually, I think just started planting this garden. It's really cool. You all should visit. It's wonderful. Additionally, the College Hill Foundation, which used the funds to plant acres of lavender farms, and again, has been doing those harvests now for a few years, and I think is a great example of a program that I hope we are able to, or I hope becomes sustainable after ARPA, because it does actually generate revenue when you sell that lavender, and it's a great way to use vacant land. There's also Gravois Park Block Link, which is doing purchased 6 LRA lots and planted them with gardens, and Hope in the Ville, which has expanded their community garden in the Ville with this funding. There's also a variety of other organizations, Delmar Main Street, Housing Authority, Cornerstone, and Dutchtown Main Street, who invested and are investing their funds in public art and park improvements. The Cornerstone, that's Gwen Giles Park, Dutchtown Main Street, Marquette Park, Delmar Main Street is doing a pocket park as well as 3 murals, and the Housing Authority are doing beautification and wayfinding activities across 10 sites. Next, we'll turn to our proactive development funds. These fall into, I already mentioned the housing, so I'm not repeating that here, but it also includes other types of community assets. So that's like Gateway Global, which created a GIS training center facility in Hyde Park. Those funds actually have been spent down, but they need to get their SAM.gov in order before we can draw them down in Oracle. And they're working on that. The government shutdown slowed that down, but I'm hopeful that that'll be resolved soon and that'll be fully paid out soon. There's the Northside Youth and Senior Services Community Center, which is a project which is jointly funded by CDA and SLDC's North City Grants Program, and represents a key investment in the social infrastructure of the Ville, especially in the wake of the tornado. There's Show Me Family, which is a new early child care center. On Page, there's the Cornerstone Community Hub at 5908 Etzel, the Youth Golf Complex the Youth Golf Complex on North Grand at the former Carter Carburetor site, or the Ville, that has been doing amazing work, and is of all of these the ones that have spent down the most of their funds. to beautify MLK, invest in a pocket park, invest in their facility, and have been just on the front lines in the wake of the tornado rebuilding. And that's true of a lot of our grantees, from North Newstead to Urban League to Northside Youth and Senior Services, Porterville, Mission, and many more. We also awarded for the first time these capacity building grants, and this is really in response to the community sharing that there was a need for flexible operational funding. And so that included North Newstead, which was awarded the largest award, $447,000, in particular for pre-development of their LIHTC project, which they wound up applying for and winning, an over $10 million LIHTC award for their new North Side scattered site rehab project. Whatever happens with North Newstead, it is really essential that we protect their portfolio of affordable housing and that work, and continue to bring these properties either back online from the tornado or get them properly rehabbed. We also funded Old North, Delmar Main Street, Be Well Cafe, Art Place, and Hope in the Ville, who all use these funds to bring on staff, to bring on additional technical assistance and capacity. And all of these projects are on track with the possible risk of the new North Side pre-development project. Next, we turn to tornado recovery. And tornado recovery is the building division funds, $5.4 million, initially slated for private vacant building stabilization. That appropriation was for building stabilization, and we got an opinion from the city councilor's office that it was for substantially the same purpose and scope, to focus on buildings impacted by the tornado and conduct that emergency stabilization. The logic is essentially, before the tornado, our core kind of problem vacant properties are the privately owned nuisance properties. After the tornado, the core problem of vacancy and preventing further vacancy are these tornado impacted homes. So the purpose is the same in terms of stabilizing, preventing vacancy, keeping the fabric of these neighborhoods cohesive. The scope is the same in terms of stabilizing vacant buildings. So because it's for substantially the same purpose and scope, we were able to pivot these funds for tornado recovery, and we've already spent down over $750,000 of them, with 122 homes stabilized to date and 97 in progress. Finally, I'll mention CDA administration. We have a total of $4 million, $4,087,000 in CDA admin funds. We spent down about half of that. In general, our admin costs come in two flavors: our contractual services and our payroll. Our contractual services include Worldwide Technologies, who's building our grants management system, Hagerty, who created our ARPA policies and procedures manual, Carasoft, which provides Salesforce licenses, and Major 360, which provides ARPA compliance services. Two of those you'll see, Hagerty and Carasoft, are fully spent down. Two are 0% spent down. I'll explain both. So Worldwide Technologies, while the application side of our grants management system is fully up and running and functional, and we've paid them out of our CDBG cost, because this was a project that was split about 50-50 CDBG ARPA, and we've made full payment on the CDBG side. The internal facing system, and in particular how we use the system to create contracts and do internal controls and approvals, is still being finalized. So we will make that payment in full as soon as we are delivered a grants management system that meets our needs fully. So that'll be paid down in full, hopefully end of this year or early next. Similarly, different cases, Major 360, they provide ARPA compliance services and actually represent a cost. One of the exceptions in ARPA world to the December 31st, 2026 expenditure deadline is closeout costs and long-term compliance costs. So this is a contract that we worked with SEMA, with Jody and Nevena to develop, and is intended to actually incur costs stretching into 2027 to help the city close out our ARPA program. And then finally, we have, most importantly, payroll, where we've spent about $1.5 million of our $3.28 million, and we do project spending this down in full. We are tracking at well over $150,000 in monthly payroll tracking to ARPA, and so we are on track to spend this down in full, and this is essential in order to produce the outputs that we've been talking about. 200,000 meals delivered, 1,000 home repairs, 4 FQHCs, 1,000 free public transit passes, free public Wi-Fi in city parks, 900 units of housing, and all these other programs that we've been talking about. Finally, my last slide covers SLDC's $108.675 million in programs, and I'll just share a quick kind of risk assessment on each of them as SLDC's oversight agency. Small business grants is fully spent down, so that's in good shape. Economic Empowerment Center is slated to spend down in full soon. They are on track. Scale STL and Build STL are 2 loan programs where I do think that the funds will be spent down in full, in part because these are funds that should move quickly as loans go out, but it is one where we have 0 expenditures to date, so we are monitoring it closely, but once it gets rolling, it should move very quickly. The Housing Development Fund is really where I would say there is the most risk at SLDC. The remaining funds that they have are $10 million for the single-family homes. There will be about $200,000 left over there. Then there's the $750,000 for Preservation Square. That'll be spent in full. But the high-risk areas are the $6.5 million for LRA. I do think that, or I'm very hopeful that the $3.25 million allocated for infill housing will be spent down with the installation of modular. That should move quickly because it is modular, and so I'm very hopeful that that one will materialize and we'll get that full $3.25 million spent down. I'm, on the other hand, very concerned that the $3.25 million set aside for LRA rehabs may not be spent in time. I think they're making efforts. I know they're hoping to launch a NOFA, Notice of Funding Availability, in December, but just in our experience at CDA and thinking through all the steps that need to happen, in particular when you're talking about rehabbing a vacant property where that scope may change as you get into it, as you do selective demolition, where it's going to take time to create the drawings. We think it's obviously such essential work. We believe in rehabbing vacant buildings, but we think it's extremely high risk. And I think, as Lorna kind of mentioned in the SLDC update, that they are concerned that they may have to shift some of those funds to another use, especially because even in the case that I think another risk that we have is, let's say we start and we issue this NOFA and we receive applications in January, we make awards and this is the timeline that LRA has shared. Open the NOFA December 12th, close it mid-January, make awards late January, early February. You have to have legals in place, the loan agreement, forgivable loan agreement, deed of trust, LURA, dispersing agreement. Those dispersing agreements can take time because they involve multiple parties, the title company, the contractor, the dispersing agent. In any case, even in the case that you have contracts in place and are ready to start construction, they also need to get drawings and bid those out. But even in the case that we're ready to start construction in April, there's still the question that some of these projects may have change orders that materially change the scope, and that what I wouldn't want to do is end up with a lot of half-finished projects. Frankly, for this whole LRA rehab conversation, what I urge and implore the board to do is update Proposition NS, which has over $30 million of funding available to rehab LRA properties, but it's currently locked due to the fact that we can only spend up to $50,000 per property. I think that reforming Prop NS is a much better long-term solution for this admirable goal, and we should think about reprogramming this $3.25 million in funds. LRA lot maintenance, I think they're on track to fully draw down the funds. Home STL, similarly on track to fully draw down the funds. The Monarch, I think, is risky. I think it's doable, but it requires it'll require a big effort to spend down that approximately $5 million funds quickly. Essentially, they need to go out to bid as soon as possible, and get started with that work. And I think individually it's very feasible, but the challenge that I see with SLDC is simply that they have a lot of projects that all need to move very quickly. And even if every single one of them is feasible, all of them together just require a really intense effort and a lot of capacity. But Monarch is risky, but feasible. Build STL I mentioned should be it should be moved very quickly once loans start getting made. LCRA proactive development, I think, will get spent down in full. To give a little color, I heard the committee kind of asking for a little color on what this was spent on. The funds that have been spent to date have been largely spent on the Railway Exchange. The 10 million or so in funds that remain to be spent, the bulk of those will be spent on 4 projects. One is the demolition of City Block 129 next to the Railway Exchange. Another is the acquisition and stabilization of Cleveland School. Another is the acquisition and stabilization of Marshall School. And the last one is the remediation of the SLAP site on Goodfellow and I-70, as well as the demolition of that building just south of the SLAP site. The SLAP is the St. Louis Army Ammunition Plant, as well as the possible acquisition from the federal government of the 65-acre campus on Goodfellow. So I am very confident these are acquisition funds and pre-development funds, and these can move very quickly. The LRA proactive development funds are currently committed to 2 projects for the most part. Those are approximately $2.5 million is committed to the stabilization and partial reconstruction of Wellston Loop Station. Another $1.5 million is committed to the deconstruction of Club Imperial. As LRA does anticipate potentially having a few $100,000 left, and as frankly the stabilization and reconstruction and deconstruction costs are all extremely high, we have encouraged LRA to consider other properties as well, including the Virginia Theater and 3509 Page as additional possibilities for LRA proactive development. The digital equity, $2.325 million. Alderman Browning called that one out as one that has not had significant expenditures. We share that concern. I discussed the matter with Simon recently, and Simon acknowledged that there may be $100,000 to $200,000 that may not be spent ultimately. And so we'll keep an eye on that, and I do think that there is some risk there, although Simon also shared that there's a lot of demand for these digital equity services and a lot of partners who have reached out to SLDC and essentially asked them to bring in a learning center. So it may be able to be spent down, but there is risk. Finally, with respect to North City grants, we are very much, as I started off by commenting, looking forward to receiving those grant agreements and compliance packages for our review, and we'll be able to comment more on the risk associated with these more once we do. But I will say in general, the prospect of doing over 25 large construction projects within a year, it just raises, there's obvious risk there. That's not to say it won't happen, but we do have about a year and there's a lot of work left to do. And then finally, with respect to admin, SLDC's admin costs also come in 2 flavors, contractual and payroll, and they are tracking as reflected in more detail on our sheet, slightly below drawing down those funds in full. So they'll definitely spend the vast majority of this, but there may be a little bit left over. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, there's a lot more detail in the table regarding funds, risk, and funds potentially available for reallocation.
Okay, while I get my questions together, I'll go ahead. First of all, thank you for this thorough presentation. I was a little confused at the different presentations, but I think the one that's most helpful is this table. So thank you for that. Just for clarity, because we wasn't able to share it for whatever reason. Strangely, a couple of them, when we were able to share other ones, there's different presentations here, and I hope that you have the opportunity to share the presentation that you shared with us today. somewhere else so that we can, I'm sure people that are watching have questions about it, you know.
These are all public documents.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. If you can direct people to where they can see these public documents.
I think what would probably be best is if we can add them to the committee hearing kind of page. Would that be possible? Or?
Okay. I'll find out through the clerk. Okay. Alderman Cone.
Thank you, Director, for the very thorough update. You and I had some side conversations already about the allocations and process and whatnot, and it's kind of somewhat frustrating, seeing where we are in terms of getting dollars out the door, but also reassuring to know I've gotten as many dollars out the door as we have, and certainly have funded so many programs, initiatives, et cetera, over the years. And I think, to some of the comments that were made earlier during SLDC's presentation, it would be nice if we heard more of the good stories that came out of these, programs and funding opportunities, and not just the urgency to spend dollars and get money out the door, but there are a lot of amazing programs that have come about, in the last few years, and a lot of good work that has been done in our communities as a result of these dollars. And so I know that you're on your way to your next adventure in life, and certainly appreciate your time here with the city, but look forward to working with CDA and your team on the redeployment as necessary of resources to make sure that we do get what is left on the table out the door. So appreciate the update. I don't know if we'll have an opportunity to see you before this body before your last day, but certainly in your capacity now, and your capacity when I first met you as I believe an intern in the Slay administration, it's really been great to watch you develop in your own career over the years as well. And, you've always been a very thorough, intelligent person and very caring around what happens here in the city. And so thank you for all of your time and energy.
Thank you so much for those kind words, Alderman. And I just really need to shout out our team who actually carries this work day in and day out. CDA has had to build a lot of capacity to administer these funds. When we started, we were administering about $20 million in federal funds a year. Last year, we did about $58 million, and this year it'll cross $75 million. So we've gone from the story of ARPA expenditures. It really is this curve. Where in 2022 we spent $5 million, in 23, 13.5, 24, 30, 25, we're going to hit about 50, and then we do need to hit about 90 in 2026. But I have every confidence in our teams and our subrecipients' capability to execute on that, because that's the other thing. We don't do anything alone at CDA either. It really is our partners who carry this work. So I appreciate your kind words, and I will say I feel a slight sense of guilt leaving with the job not quite done. And it is the right thing to do to be with my fiance and my family. But I was really committed. I thought it was really important that I bring you all this update before I go, so that we can be clear-eyed about what has been done, the $90 million that has been spent, and the work that remains to be done in the current year, or in the coming year.
Is Alderwoman Keys online? You said no? Is Alderwoman Keys online? Okay. I do want to share that I got a message from the Chief of Staff for President Green, that Mr. Nelson, that this presentation, for those that are watching, is publicly shared on the public portal, the Alderman Civic Clerk website. All right, Alderman Browning.
Thank you, Director. I want to say the job is never done, so don't feel bad that you're leaving in the middle of this, because I think we all start work that we're going to be a part of, but maybe not see the end of. A city is a constantly evolving thing, and I think this city is different today because of the work being done through CDA. And I appreciate your sharing the credit with your team, because it is a team effort. But I also think that your name is on a lot of this stuff, and it will be it's quite a legacy that you're leaving. So I don't want to turn this into a going away party for you, because I know you'll have your own later this week.
That's
but
Friday at TikTok.
Friday at TikTok, named after a great Augustana song. I think just I want to say I've enjoyed working with you, seeing the things that CDA has been doing. It's been I think this is a noteworthy time in our city's history, and so. While we've expressed some frustrations today about the pace of things, which is our job to do, I think, I also know that I can see physical changes throughout the city, and that is going to mean a lot to the people of our city. It also means a lot to us as the representatives. I don't have any other questions. As usual, you're very thorough, and that's what I'm going to miss most about you is these presentations. I never want for information, and that's such a good thing. Transparency and accountability are hand in hand. You cannot have one without the other. And so the information that you've provided us over the years has been excellent for making sure that we stay on track. And because of that, we'll be able to finish strong.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Echo all the flowers that everyone's giving you, Noel. Wishing you the best of luck with you and your wife as you dive into your new chapter. I think you've done some really good work, and I know we've done some good work together. Just one project that I'm really excited about that we was able to complete was the development and stuff in Loretta Hall, all the upgrades that has come to that park, which is just extremely amazing. Also, yeah, thank you for, be honest, a more in-depth presentation than what we received, because I know there's a lot of moving pieces to your office, which was a lengthy presentation, which is much needed. A lot of numbers, I think, still like diving into. But I think talking about the numbers, so can you explain, since it's like, all on record, can you explain from the presentation we received earlier from the compliance team, so there's 56.8 funds that was not spent yet. And then I think from the mayor's office, they provided us with a document from CDA said that only 88 million is spent, but in Oracle it says 63 million and some change is spent. Does those numbers sound about right?
Yeah, I can comment on the difference between those three numbers if that would be helpful. So the Oracle numbers are what has been approved in Oracle as spent. So that's the $63 million. And that's what the compliance team tracks. And at the end of the day, all our reporting to Treasury has to be linked back to Oracle. And at the end of the day, all of these expenditures will need to show up in Oracle. However, when you ask someone on the street what has been spent in ARPA funds, I don't think that they actually are thinking that the answer is what shows up in Oracle. Because the truth is, as we've kind of gone over today, that there's nearly $30 million that have been spent, like spent in construction that is happening right now, in the health centers that were granted to artists, that are being spent by SLDC for down payment assistance that aren't showing up in Oracle. And that's because CDA, of our 189 million, we advanced 130 million of that. And so that's out the door, right? And so even though Oracle says only 63 million has been spent, it also shows that 130 million has been advanced. And what happens is that often that money will be spent by our partners, and it'll be months before it shows up in Oracle, right? Because our partners are doing the work day in and day out. They are spending these funds for the purposes that we awarded them for. But as I mentioned, they may not report that until 2 or 3 months later because they have to report to us on a quarterly basis or monthly for certain programs. So there's a lag. There's a lag between the money's really spent and when residents are feeling that impact. That happens first. And then it's only a few months later sometimes that Oracle will be updated. So we need to get Oracle updated and get this synced up, but Oracle's always going to lag behind reality. And part of the great work that Jody and Nevena are going to be doing as we come up to the end of 26 and even in early 2027 is finalizing that reconciliation. And for Treasury purposes, what needs to happen is it needs to be spent by our
Gotcha.
grantees by the end of 2026.
Gotcha. And I hear you talking about Oracle, but so if we take, I guess, non-Oracle, the 88 million that you spent, that leaves 101 million on the table. What's the update with those unspent funds? So we not taking the Oracle number, we're taking the number that they provided that just or spent.
Yeah, and that $88 million number is a figure that I shared with the mayor's office last week. I wanted to get you all the freshest information, so it's actually $91 million as of today. But that does leave, as you mentioned, about $100 million remaining to be spent. And that is what this table really goes through, is it goes contract by contract and says, here's what we project spending in quarter 4 of 2025, quarter 1 of 26. So to summarize that at a very high level, today we have $190 million pot of ARPA funds. We've spent $91 million. We need to spend $98.5 million. We project that we will spend another $15 million before the end of the year.
Another 50 million? Can you use,
15,
okay, the mic.
15.
15 million by the end of the year.
Another 15 million by the end of the year, 24 million in quarter 1 of next year, another 28 million in quarter 2 of next year, 19 million in quarter 3 of next year, and 7 million in quarter 4 of next year. And that'll leave us with a remaining balance of 4.659 million. And that's what I've pulled out here and said, this is what we may need to reprogram because we don't want to give a single cent back. And that brings us back to the top of my presentation where I shared the way that we can reprogram it is by finding contracts that are currently in place that were entered into before 2024, and there's a lot of options. Every single contract on this table is an option. Every single green contract that is spending down their money, whether it's food assistance or other departments, real estate tax assistance or rental assistance or utility assistance. You'll note that I'm mostly sharing contracts that send money directly to city residents because these are the types of programs that spend down fastest and frankly, in the wake of the tornado, are most urgently needed, in particular for rental and utility assistance.
And if they were to, and that's interesting you brought that up, even if we spend all of this, you said you're going to have 4 million left over. And sounds like some conversations need to be happening between CDA and the mayor's office to figure out where that access money, and I'm sure there'll be other departments that also have that kind of access money. If money was reappropriated, from your department, does it go through the same process that either through a board bill or through E&A approval?
So that's where we have two options. We can either enter into a replacement contract, which would not require a new board bill. It would require E&A approval, or we can do a reallocation of funding into and amend a contract, and that would require a board bill. So for example, just to take a random example, we take I don't want to pick on anyone, but Child Care Aware has told us that they're not going to spend their money down in full. They may have $400,000 available. So we could do two things with that money. We could take that $400,000 that was committed to Child Care Aware and enter into a replacement contract with another early child care provider to provide support for early child care educators. That would not require a board bill, but it would reallocate the funds through a replacement contract. Or we can say, we're not going to allocate more funding to early child care. We want to move that money into rental assistance. We've got this 2024 contract for rental assistance. We want to put that $400,000 in there. That would require a board bill because that money was appropriated for early child care, and now we want to use it on rental assistance. So essentially, the work that needs to happen in order to kind of reprogram all these dollars that are not going to be spent down by the project that they're currently committed to, again, that's about $4.6 million or so dollars, is there needs to be a conversation, as you mentioned, with the mayor's office, with the Board of Aldermen, to aggregate these into buckets and say, here's what we're going to put them into. Here's the contract that already exists, that was entered into before 2024, that we can amend.
Yeah. Or all the, and the sheet that you provided, do all of these vendors already have contracts for the different, like there's a PO number between you and the comptroller office on these already, or do
Yes.
you still need PO numbers for some of these?
No, all of these should be fully obligated and set up.
Okay. And
The one exception to that is the funds that were entered into through interagency agreements from DHS or from the Affordable Housing Commission or from building. So projects that came to CDA and were not originally appropriated to CDA.
okay. Towards the end, the two more questions and I'll wrap up for my colleagues. Towards the end of your presentation, you brought up kind of a risk assessment and you broke down some of the risks you see in SLDC. What are some of the risks that you see with the money that you have in CDA?
So that's all included here in this table where there's a column that identifies the projects that we see as on track versus risky and off track. So anything that's showing up as yellow and the projects at CDA as well as at SLDC is a risk. Anything that shows up as red is off track and may need to be recaptured.
And is there somebody in your office for these yellows and the red? Are you working with these orgs, or you've allocated the money, you haven't got a report back? I mean, because this is a lot of organizations and I know it's only so much manpower, which leads me to my final point, and then I'll let you answer. I think out of departments you haven't heard, but I'm fearful with what we look like down the road with CDA. The fact that you already said we will have $4 million left on the table, and in a perfect world, that would be if all these contracts are spent in quarter one, quarter two, quarter three, quarter four. That's 100% perfect. Not sure if that's going to be the case, that everything's going to be perfect. Where we're looking at a lot of funding is left on the table from CDA and the mayor's office figuring out where those funds will go of reappropriation, that just from your department, and I'm sure there'll be other departments that say, hey, we're not going to spend all this money we got, but just from your department alone, you already know that you're going to have an excess of $4 million, and that's not if these contracts actually don't go in the perfect scenario of each quarter.
So let me take the first part first about how we're assessing risk and how we're monitoring. We do have everyone who we contract with is required to submit us either monthly or quarterly programmatic and financial reports. And one of the things which I'm instructing my team to do is that we need to schedule check-ins with anyone who is behind or late, as well as anyone who's showing up as yellow or red on this table. So you're absolutely right that there is risk involved, and our job at CDA, as with much of city government, is to manage that risk. With respect to the reprogramming of funds, when you do have $190 million in funds across hundreds of projects, it is kind of inevitable that not all of those projects are going to pan out. I actually think that we have a pretty stellar success rate, but we're being transparent about the ones that do need to be reprogrammed. And with a year ahead of us still, and plenty of viable contracts that we can reprogram these funds into, I don't think that a risk that funds need to be reprogrammed is very different from a risk that funds will need to be repaid to Treasury. And I have every confidence that with this notice, right, and with a year to make the necessary changes, that we can reprogram the funds, in particular to programs that are already in place and that can deliver support directly to city residents. Again, I really want to call out, there is a contract with the Department of Human Services for rental assistance that's funded by CDBG-CV. Earlier this year, before the tornado in early 2025, $3 million of CDBG funds within a month and a half to 1,000 residents for rental assistance. That machine, we're currently trying to fund it with money here and there. that's a great fit for ARPA funds because CDBG is actually a compliance safe harbor for ARPA. And that contract was entered into prior to 2024. So I would highly recommend that contract. Again, anything that provides services directly to city residents, there's extraordinary need, and it shouldn't be hard to spend certainly $5 million or even 10 or 20 million towards rental assistance, utility assistance, food assistance, property tax assistance, et cetera, if necessary. Hopefully it's not necessary, but as I mentioned, construction does carry risks. The risks are real, and what we need to do is be prepared to manage that risk and pivot accordingly if needed.
Gotcha. And again, this is not solely on you because I think you've done a good job. I'm just looking at all this and seeing already, like I say, I know there's going to be some money left on the door, just seeing how the city has been slow with getting tornado funds out the door or taking years to set up impacted tenants funds, still not supporting right to counsel. And then we get to, I mean, for the ones that sit back here and know that city moves slow, we know there's access money that's going to be there. There may be additional, like you say, your organization and your staff, they do stellar work. And, you know, yeah, the staff is probably underpaid, doing a lot of work and not getting the right salary. But in the reality that some of these contracts are going to fall off, and, you know, what that looks like for the reappropriation and actually getting it out the door. And just with the tornado, the track record of getting things out the door, I haven't been super happy about. So I would only imagine what it looks like if we talking about we can't get 30 million out the door, and we talking about there's already going to be 4 million and maybe even more additional money from ARPA, just from your department, that we would have to reappropriate and program to get out the door.
So I totally share your frustration with the pace of tornado recovery efforts in particular. And one thing that I would stress that's different in this context, and also a lesson that we can take from this, is that the vast majority, if not all, of tornado recovery funds are being allocated through new contracts through the Mayor's Office of Recovery, which is not traditionally a contracting agency. The fastest way to deploy funds quickly is to amend existing contracts that are already in place with city departments. And so I would strongly encourage moving forward, instead of creating new programs, or to find the programs that already are working. And we do have, as I mentioned, a really strong rental assistance program that ran out of funds right before the tornado. A really strong home repair program that we've just talked about has almost entirely spent down its funds. A really strong utility assistance program. Really strong food assistance programs, and more that don't require, they're not like construction, which takes a long time. They just deliver relief directly to residents. And if you want to move quickly, that is the path, is amending those contracts that are currently in place and sending the money directly to city departments to do.
Thank you. I remember that, and I know utility assistance, I think Heat Up is definitely needing the money, and I know they get the money out the door. So if there's money on the table and people in room 100 or the president's office or the comptroller office is listening, utility assistance is always going to be a need. And I know you also brought up Prop NS, and that legislation has been filed and worked on. So please check it out if you think it's anything that need to be added to it or changed and tweaked.
That's really exciting to hear. Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Vice Chair Sanye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I would first share the echo of just the thanks and gratitude for all the work that you've done for the city. I've had the pleasure of from before I was even Alderwoman of the 7th Ward, and you know, the rental registry would not have happened without you. And you know, you've just been very helpful in terms of conversations, even before I served in this capacity and served on the Board of Education. And I really, really am grateful for, honestly, your very equitable lens. And I am happy to see you grow and go on, but I'm also, you know, I do worry. You know, I think I share your worries about your transitioning right now while all these things are wrapping up, happening, someone having to step in and figure all these things out. I think your long presentation and the many you've given is just evidence of how much truly institutional knowledge you have and how aware you are of these processes and how these different pieces move. So I pray for your successor and their ability to catch up on all this information. Pray that they'll also share your very equitable. We've been here for so long, I really don't want to keep us, for too much longer. I would just want to make sure, anything that you think is helpful, that you think we should consider, that we should keep in the front of our mind. I hope that you will send that to us. I think, those are things I would definitely be happy to follow up on. I've appreciated just your very in-depth things. I think of a lot of the directors we have in the city, you're definitely one of the most hands-on and involved in like so many pieces and steps of the way throughout these processes. And I don't know how you do that, but I commend you for it. So I don't, just because we've been here for a while, I will just, hold out my questions. I think you've spoken to many of them. And I appreciate your service. I appreciate all of this information that you've given us. And I just want you to know, I think the most important thing I want to tell you right now is just I hope that you keep your eye on us and let us know. I welcome you to continue to email me and reach out when you that you feel like should be a flag, or you have questions, or you're wondering why we're not taking that approach as opposed to the approach, including when you call and say, hey, I really don't like this, because I welcome those calls too. I think that's important for real communication. So just thank you for your service to our city.
I've told my team, thank you very much, first of all, for your kind words. And I've told my team I'm just a phone call away. I am committed to supporting as much as possible in order to see this through. I am committed to St. Louis. I'll be in Boston, but I'll stay connected, and you'll be hearing from me, I'm sure. And appreciate your leadership as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Just thank you. I could go on for another 5 hours about the work that we have done and the things that we've been able to accomplish, and the way you let me rant and the way I let you rant, and the way we have been able to meet in the middle, and again have some very measurable outcomes that have helped people, which is what we all ultimately here for. Don't change.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your leadership. I've learned so much from you, and I really appreciate your commitment to transparency and indulging me in going long. You often tell me, if you need to go long, go long. This is what we're here for, to do this work. So I really appreciate your commitment to using this a platform to ensure that city residents know what's going on. And so thank you all.
Absolutely. With that being said, if this is our last time, is there anything else you want to say or share?
There'll be plenty more time. I don't think that I don't think I'm disappearing. I think I'll stay connected to St. Louis. There's no need for any big speeches or anything like that. I appreciate the work that you all do. Public service isn't easy, and I just think it's so essential. So thank you for your commitment.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any written testimony?
We have none.
Okay. Any announcements? My colleagues, okay. We were all present, so we don't have any excused members.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Oh, I keep forgetting about excusing our Alder mommy. Alderwoman Schweitzer, she's probably watching. I hope the baby hasn't been watching all these hours, but we continue to, I make the motion that we excuse our Alder mommy from the First Ward for very necessary absence. All right, is seconded by Vice Chair Sanye, Alderman Aldridge, all in favor? Aye, all right, and with that, I'll accept the motion to adjourn. It's moved by Vice Chair Sanye and seconded by Alderman Browning that we adjourn with the call of the previous roll. With no objections, we are adjourned. Everyone have a blessed day.